You feel it the same way I do. As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, our love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be. Say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? running, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. For you, whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. We were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back, 'cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Team minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
ممكن يفعل اللاعب الاخير امام اللاعبين كثار يعملها مؤمن ولا ما يعملهاش هي اليمين ولا مروان من الباكروت الان يحب النيد ما تكونش في الحضان يعطيها تكون هي للاحلام.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It is the final week of League Play right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. And of course, we are back with all the action the Africa region has to offer. Now, over the previous 2 weeks, we've seen teams like Titan Gaming, 1 Million, Leaders Esports, and Slime 4KT really showing that dominance and the skill out on the battlefield. Now, as we're moving into our final week of League Play, we are going to be looking to see what these teams will be making, and of course who will be progressing up into our top 16 to qualify for the finals. But more importantly, right, for today, we're going to be watching in anticipation to see what changes the teams have for us after this week of rest, or probably as the teams call it, the week of analysis, right? My name is DK, and I'm joined by the one and only Ez Proxy. Ez, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastically, DK. It's so good to be back on PMPL Africa Full. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Ooh, I mean, well, I'm pretty excited, right? As I've said already, it is the final week. It is the first day to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. What are your expectations coming into this final week?
Ooh, well, we're definitely going to be keeping an eye out on Titan Gaming, because as we know, they picked up 8 winner-winner chicken dinners yesterday. They even took the bonus winner-winner chicken dinner on Livik, so they were absolutely greedy monsters for those chicken dinners. And 1 Million also, they brought their return to greatness, just bringing in some fantastic points. I believe Titans finished with 368, and 1 Million finished with that 289. So they were the closest to potentially taking off the Titans. But of course, we know for a lot of the teams, they've had that week of analysis, and for 4 teams in particular, I'm going to be applying some very deep focus on. I'm looking at Desert Flame, Legends of War, Mad Knight, and Darkness, who have not had the best of, performances coming up into these last few weeks. And as we know, this is the final week that they can potentially get themselves in the top 16, so all my eyes will be on them.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that a little bit later once we take a look at those overall standings. But, of course, I want to remind our viewers of our social media. So be sure to reach on out, give them a bit of a follow there, and also tell us what your expectations are moving into this final week. Which teams do you think are going to be dominating the overall standings? You can reach us, of course, on YouTube, on Facebook, as well as on TikTok. And be sure to include the hashtag PMPL Africa along with your predictions. Now, as we know, right, we've been seeing a few changes come through this season as we moved in. We've changed up the format, changed up the flow. And as we know, right, from week to week, not only have we been shuffling up the map order on a daily basis, but we've also been shuffling up how the teams are grouped together. So before we get into that, let's take a look at what the format changes have been. Of course, as we know by now, we've done away entirely with the Super Weekends. It is now just 5 days of action in which all 20-hour teams get to participate. Just mash it out on the battlefield. And at the end of the week, our top 12 teams are then progressing over on towards Livik to go play that extra match to try and lock in a few additional points on top of the insane number of points they've already been able to accumulate. Of course, as I've said before, right, we are going to be looking to see who our top 16 teams will be advancing over in towards the finals. And we know, right, getting into the finals, the bonus points that the teams have been accumulating over the previous weeks are really going to come through in hand here and already give them that extra bit of a head start moving into the finals itself.
Yeah, and we keep talking about how crazy it is that the teams can already give themselves a fantastic foundation moving into arguably one of the most stressful weekends of the entirety of PMPL fall. So they're definitely going to be looking to really give themselves an edge moving into those final days, because we know anything can happen. Those games get absolutely stacked. The league play versus the super weekends versus our finals in the previous season were completely chop and liver. They were so different. So we need the teams to bring in everything they possibly can.
100% agree with you on that one. Of course, let's take a quick look at that calendar just to remind the viewers of our days of play that the teams still have to work through, right? We are sitting on the 20th today, so the teams are going to be participating today and tomorrow. Then we'll be right back on Friday with even more action, after which we'll be moving to the finals week, right? Returning on the 30th and then concluding all the proceedings on the 2nd of October. So an absolutely jam-packed week. I mean, if the first 2 weeks are going to be any indication for what we could be expecting to see coming into this final week, is I think I'm going to need a few more seatbelts, because I don't think the one I have is going to be sufficient.
No, absolutely not. As we've seen, we've already had teams just completely change up their game, moving in from day to day, even moving in from phase 1 to phase 2. Now having the entire opportunity of 8 days to do the analysis, to get your rest in, to maybe practice a couple of strategies. Yeah, no, DK, I'm going to be agreeing with you. I feel like, we need these seats to have some racer belts or something, just to keep us in our place as we have to witness all of this action.
Well, I mean, we've got the kind of seats to do exactly that, right? So, of course, we know the teams are also then participating not only for a slot into the finals, but they're also playing for their share of the prize pool, right? The league stage being worth $2,500 for each of the teams participating. We have our overall MVP player that's going to be walking away with that additional $1,000 in the bank. But once we get into the finals, the team finishing up in pole position is going to be adding an additional $10,000 to their overall bank. And I mean, that is an absolutely insane amount of money to win in a match like this.
No, absolutely. We keep talking about the opportunity that PMPL Africa brings to this region, and we know the teams have been stepping up in their own ways moving into this competition, and now we're just adding onto that. We're adding a little bit of spice into the pot, and of course the teams have been so well at reciprocating that, bringing their own level of action, their own level of spiciness into every single day of play. So hopefully that will continue today, and again, I am just expecting today to be an absolute whirlwind of emotions.
Yeah, I think we're going to be expecting to see quite a bit of that nail-biting action. And of course, one of the ways that the teams can ensure that they finish in those slots where they are looking to achieve, or rather reach, right, they can be achieved by utilizing our overall point structures. We can see the large maps, that winner chicken dinner being worth 15 points. It trickles all the way down to 13th to 16th position, where they don't get any placement points. And then, of course, over on Livik, which we'll be seeing on Sunday, that first place is worth an additional 10 points. Again, it trickles down 9th to 12th place. Also, they're not being awarded any of those additional placement points, but they can make up for that with eliminations. We know that they are awarded 1 point per elimination that they're able to secure throughout these games.
Yeah, and the teams have really been pushing it. We had some phenomenal teams just leading with the kill eliminations. So, I mean, at the moment, of course, right at the top of the overall standings. They were right at the top of last week's standings, bringing in, I think, just over 300 plus eliminations in total so far across all of the phases, of course. So, yeah, these elimination points have definitely been making a massive difference. That balance, as some teams like Leaders Esports, they pick up 10 to 14 eliminations like it's nothing every single match, but they need to balance that with placements to just help them, jump up on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about teams, right, we are going to be moving in to see what our group setup is for this week. So as we can see, we've got Titans, Darkness, Virtual Gaming, and Wave in Group A. We've got Blackjack, the players there from Mad Knight, 1 Million, and Team Myth over in Group B. Over in C, we've got the players from Legends of War, Slime 4KT, Souls Esports Africa, as well as TEAMLAG. Over in D, it's none other than Arab Golden Esports, Desert Flame Esports, Leaders Esports, and One Round Esports. And then to wrap it up, we've got Group E with the Super Young Stars, Triple Esports, Zero Tolerance Skills, as well as VST Gaming. I think this grouping that we are seeing this week is going to be quite exciting, right? A few of our heavy hitters are now going to be joined in groups together. And as I'm expecting quite a bit of carnage to be the result of this kind of grouping that we currently have.
Yeah, force the teams into a little bit of a corner, right? They need to be able to sink or swim. They need to just take the obstacles on, on the ball and just make sure that they're going to be the ones reigning at the top. And maybe this
All right, well, as we know, right, it's going to be some high stakes play coming through for the remainder of this week. It is going to be a fight to the very finish to see where these teams will be able to secure themselves. And as we know, right, as we were talking about the finals a little bit earlier on, they are also then participating to see who can lock in the most bonus points, right? As we know, at the end of the week, the bonus points are awarded based on the team's overall placement. So there's quite a bit up for grabs, and the team's not only playing for their overall standings, but also playing to see how many of those additional points they will be able to acquire and move on through, right? Looking at last week, we know it was the players there from Titan Gaming locking in those additional 20 bonus points. The week before, it was Slime 4KT. Now, moving into our third week, we get to see where these teams are going to be going. And of course, to give us a bit of an idea, as a bit of an estimation as to where the teams are going to be moving with regard to those bonus points, we are going to be taking a look at our overall rankings. And as we know, right, this is based on what we've seen before. Yeah, we got the players from Titan Gaming still sitting up in pole position, holding that first place. And there's so much movement that has still yet to come through from a lot of our teams situated on the overall rankings.
Yeah, no, some of the teams have really made some huge shuffles moving into the overall rankings. I mean, we saw 1 million once again making a huge jump into those overall standings, trying to close that gap between themselves and Titan Gaming. We saw Leaders Esports bringing in that crazy set of eliminations, and that really bolstered them as they tried to manage that sort of energy. Some of the teams, of course, they jumped in and out of this first page, moving into that week, and what was really fantastic, and we kept talking about it, was how healthy the overall standings were, right? It wasn't a large margin of error between the teams. Even on our top 12, it changed up in the last match. In the last match, we had a completely different top 12 to what we were expecting. So the team's really stepping it up.
Yeah, quite a bit of excitement coming through here. I mean, it does seem like, things are looking quite interesting with regards to the point distribution. Not 100% sure where we are with regards to what exactly is going to be coming in. I mean, we know the overall rankings that we saw coming through from the teams, right? Really looking quite phenomenal. And of course, these are our overall rankings just based on what we had last week. So quite a few exciting points coming in here. And we'll see how that is going to change up then moving into this third week.
And I mean, as we move into this third week, so we talk about the break, right? We talk about the fact that the teams have had those days to do the VOD analysis. We talk about the fact that some of the teams are now in their last week of opportunity to get themselves into the top 16s. I mean, for the teams on this side of the on this side of the page, if this is their second time finding themselves in the bottom four, if this is even just their first time, but they really do feel that they need to be able to push it even more, then great. Bring that in today. That's where we want to see. We want to be able to see these teams really step it up, really showcase what they are able to do. Because at the end of the day, if you don't step it up now, you're not going to be able to play those finals.
Yeah, I mean, we know that is what is up for grabs, right? So the teams that don't make it up into the finals, they are only going to be walking away with that $2,500. It is only in the finals, right, where you get to add that extra additional amount of money into the bank. So still quite a lot up for stakes here. Still quite a few high stakes, rather. Quite a few up for stakes, right? Probably it's because I'm feeling a bit hungry. I want me some of those steaks. But you also know, like, speaking of being hungry, right? We also are hungry for some pretty crazy energy as well. And with that, we want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But aside from Monster, We also got to give a big thank you out to Oppo. So, born to win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. Now, we've been seeing a lot really coming through from these sponsors, right? They are really making this event a possibility, and it's great to see the teams now having to step out, show us what they've got. And of course, you can also show a little bit of love, right, by heading over onto our social medias. Again, you can reach us on YouTube, Facebook, as well as on TikTok. Be sure to include the hashtag PMPL Africa. Let us know what your thoughts, what your predictions, your hopes and dreams are for your favorite team moving into this final week of league play. I mean, as we've seen, right, there's going to be a lot up for grabs. And of course, speaking about us then being in our final week, right, this is day one, so we need to take a bit of a look and see what that map rotation is, right? So let's hop straight into that to see. We are going to be starting it over on Erangel, after which we followed up with a little bit of that Miramar Sanhok action, and then circling right back to Erangel once again, right? Putting Miramar right there, and of course, end of day is going to be our 5th match over on Erangel. So a bit of excitement to come through as the teams are going to be stepping up. We know we have our groups also then alternating. We can see Group E sitting out the first one. Then we're going to go D, C, B, and A. So everybody's going to have an opportunity. But I think moving into today's matches, this is where the teams are really going to be looking to make as much out of these games, bring in their best performances, because we know, right, they're trying to lock in those points, trying to establish themselves quite prominently over on the standings.
And they have to, as we've mentioned, we keep pushing that storyline of this is the last chance. This is your last week of opportunity. And we saw what a crazy explosive energy that a team like Titan Gaming brought into the first day of last week, picking up those 100 points, picking up that oh so sweet 100 points with a 50 placement, 50 eliminations. So for the other teams, that's basically set the bar, right? They've basically said, okay, well, this is the challenge that you need to step up to, because if you aren't able to at least step up to that region of top 16, we won't be seeing you in the finals. We won't be seeing you competing for, you know, the best possible bonus points moving into, of course, next weekend. So these teams have a lot of work cut out for them. And I mean, there's a few teams that, again, I've mentioned I'll be focusing on. So on the overall leaderboard, Desert Flame, Legends of War, Mad Night, and Darkness, they're so close to just breaking that top 16 slot, but they need to focus on Zero Tolerance and Super Young Stars, who are essentially the gatekeepers. It's literally about, I'm not even kidding, it's 20 points difference at this point in time.
Wow. I mean, and that is quite achievable just in one single match, right? So there is going to be some pretty high stakes as the teams move on forward. But of course, right, it's time for us to kick off the action, head straight into our very first map of the day. It is none other than Erangel. We just saw the lovely Sosnovka Military Island down below, and we are heading towards Stolber, it seems, right? We're going to be taking a look at that flight path momentarily to see what the teams will have to work with, where they'll need to go. And for the time being, we are having our usual kind of dispersion of teams coming through, right? The teams starting to jump out, and our usual customers, right? Seoul Esports, and of course the players then coming through from the side of Arab Golden are also going to be pushing straight down onto that Sosnovka Island. So it's great to see the teams really going for the positions that they're most comfortable in, but it's all going to come down to where that first initial zone is going to be kicking itself towards, and then what these rotations will bring, right? As you've mentioned before, Darkness really going to be having to try and utilize each and every opportunity they can find, especially starting today.
Absolutely. So bringing in the action alongside Desert Flame and a few others, it's definitely going to be spicy. And with that shift up into the north, just around Stolber and Yasnaya Poliana, that gets me very excited, because I do love a northern finish. It just gets so chaotic, especially if we move closer and closer towards Stolber. Or even we saw that Yasnaya Poliana finish was it was scary. It was so terrifying, with just teams stacked in every single possible building. So that is a very good opportunity for some chaotic finishes here.
Oh, yes. But I mean, looking at the zone, this is slime territory, right? Slime
yes.
4KT, that's what it's got written all over it, right? So there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in on slime 4KT, looking to see how
Now
they're
you
going
have
to
to
cope.
win.
Yes. Now they have no other option, right? I've already given them one brilliant prediction before. I'm not going to tempt fate. I'll leave it on one. But this is a great opportunity for a team, especially looking at Slime 4KT now, to kind of get the zone under lockdown. But as we were talking about the team's performances coming through from the previous weeks, right? From that first week into the second week, this is where we are still kind of expecting to see what they're going to bring on forward, right? As you've said, we are looking at teams like Legends of War, for instance. They've already upped their performance coming from the first week into the second week, already progressing up quite a bit on the overall rankings. But we are yet to see what Team Darkness are going to be bringing through, right? I'm hoping that this week is that week in which we see the players from Team Darkness really just rising to the occasion and blowing us away with some absolutely phenomenal PUBG action.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we take a look at just the way in which the last week, at least, of games I've been playing, I'm not gonna do a full 6 days of no, please. I'm not gonna do all of those maps. But in the first game of last week's play, in day 6, we had Darkness picking up a 6th position, 35 points, 19. I think they finished off with 19 eliminations, 16 placements. So they found themselves in the top 6. Like it shows that they are able to do that.
Yeah.
So bringing that action, bringing that same level of competition into today. Keep going. They weren't too bad in terms of hovering around the middle, and then people step up, people get 100 points a games, and then things happen. But they definitely have the ability to get into the top 6, to get into maybe even higher positions and further themselves on those overall standings. So a lot of focus for me will be placed on Darkness, and I know in the first week we also placed a lot of focus on Desert Flame Esports, which again, maybe blame it on the casters if you want. Casters curse, it's mostly DK. But they need to bring that same level of action. I mean, we even had them take their first Miramar winner chicken dinner, so bring us more.
Yeah, I mean, they've created this expectation already, right? And I mean, you spoke about the players there from Titan Gaming bringing in that 100-point a day. And then that was followed up by 1 million replicating that exactly, right? Also then coming in
so
with the 50
perfect.
placements, the 50 eliminations, and a grand total of 100 points. So it just shows that any of these teams possess the capability to really shine and step up and bring in that extra level of domination. But a team like Titan, they're going to be quite a formidable force to try and put any kind of a stop to, right? Because we've seen them just absolutely obliterating, the opposition. Once they get that ball rolling, it is pretty challenging to put a stop to their advances. And I mean, they're already sitting on 11 winner chicken dinners that they found in just those first 2 weeks. 1 million hot on their heels, sitting then on 7. And then, of course, we've got the players there from Triple Esports. We've got Team Myth, also then sitting on 5 winner chicken dinners. So, there's some pretty hard-hitting positions being held. But it is still that opportunity for the teams to try and close that gap. As you said, rightly so, not too long ago, Darkness only about 20 points behind, right? There's still an opportunity for them to get that jump. But then it gets a little bit scarier, right? Because we've got Mad Knight, Legends of War, and Desert Flame. There's also not that much really separating these three teams. Legends of War, Mad Knight, 2 points difference.
No, it's so doable, and it's again just going to show how healthy the competition has been in the last week. The teams really stepped it up from phase 1 to phase 2, making such an effort to try and be consistent in whatever way they could muster. And yes, for some of the teams, that consistency meant picking up some ridiculous points, but for others, it was just making sure that they were in a decent placement, making sure that they were getting some good eliminations to match that game after game after game, and that makes the difference. That puts them in the top 3. I mean, even Slime 4KT on the overall standings, they're still sitting in the top 3. Like, they haven't had those 100 points a day games, but they've been consistent enough to ensure that they are still competing with the likes of Titans and 1 million, who have had those runaway performances. So the key to consistency, we always say that, DK, just a great foundation, keeping a balance. And then, I mean, the option is yours. Take it even further. Now, Slime 4KT, of course, they have all the pressure because it's Jasnai Poliana in center zone. So, it's you come on, I'm not gonna say it because I don't want to curse them, but you know
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah, that thing, yes. That thing with that team and in the place. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
That's what we're going to go for on this one. But I mean, as we saw in the previous weeks, especially moving into the last day of play for the respective weeks, we saw the players there from Blackjack moving in, locking that 12th position down, right? They are still maintaining that 12th position, but this is now on the overall rankings. So again, there is like a 44-point difference between them and the team sat right behind them, which is going to be TEAMLAG. So Blackjack find themselves in that kind of gatekeeper position. There's going to be a lot of pressure looking to see if they can ensure that they kind of maintain a steady hold on who is allowed, rather, into the top 12 and who will be stuck on the outside, right? But as we know, it's going to be up to the top 16 teams. And again, right, from 16 to 12th place, or 16th to 13th place, right? Those 4 slots, there's not really that much of a difference looking at where these teams currently find themselves. So I'm expecting quite a bit of competition for the teams, especially stand from 13th to 20th, right? Because, I mean, that is such a close position. 80 points, give or take, in difference, maybe 70-something odd. But that can all change in one brilliant day. And that's all the teams need to aim for, is have that brilliant day, but then keep it consistent after that.
And obviously, this is a lot of talk about the overall standings. And again, it's because they have 2 opportunities for bonus points. They have this week of play, they have the overall standings. So the higher they get themselves in the overall standings, the better they'll just be finding themselves with those bonus points into the finals. But today, right now, in this game, they start fresh. On their phase 3 standings, everyone has 0 points. Everyone is equal. So the team that steps up here, they can potentially take that momentum train and ride it all the way through into the rest of the week. And I mean, looking at the positions we find some of these teams, of course, Arab Golden a little bit slow on the rotation because we know that they do really prefer that Western Bridge rotation, as Seoul Esports has taken the Eastern side. But the rest of the teams already in zone. They're feeling pretty comfortable. It was a comfortable flight path, a comfortable zone. And now this next shift might throw it all away, or not. Still pretty comfortable.
I mean, I gotta say though, right? 9 minutes in, and we just got our first knock and our first elimination, right? So this just shows the kind of mindset that the teams are bringing to the battlefield, moving into this week, right? The teams really come to the realization that they need to keep their wits about them, really come in with that focus, look to apply the strategies. And of course, what better team to start off the action with, right? It's gonna be Darkness and Titans, the 2 teams sitting at opposite ends. So there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through onto Titans. We get to see how they are, or not Titans rather, the players from Darkness. We get to see how Darkness is going to cope with these strategies being adopted here by Titan. And already Teak, just laying it on so thick with Puncher quickly and swiftly moving in to just help alleviate a little bit of that pressure. Now, World Darkness down to only 2. It is going to be Ghost and Tornado. They have to kick up a bit of a storm, but up comes Teak now pushing straight on towards them. And this is going to be that opportunity now for Darkness. To put up a fight, but unfortunately, Ghost then also falls.
Yeah, and Tornado's already opted for just that survivability, keep the Darkness name in, this game still, because you do not want to be the first 3 teams to go out with 0 placement points and adding nothing to your tally on the first game of the last week of PMPL Africa. So, a lot of words in that sentence, but Darkness, Tornado in particular, will just have to lay low, just keep it safe, keep it steady, and move into the rest of the zone, at least with a decent position. Hopefully, they can keep themselves safe. Unfortunately, Ramsey was not able to do that. Running down a hill in the open, right in front of Lag, does tend to lead to these sort of things.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm loving the kind of awareness the teams are showing, right? We are seeing that big mindset, that big shift coming through. A lot of teams now starting to focus their efforts more condensed into that centralized zone. As we can see, Myth now also losing one of their players, and now they're going to try and hold up the defensive line. But there's so many players in the vicinity, it's going to be quite a challenging play to really succeed it. Now Lag going to be jumping at the opportunity, already having a good start to their day, feeling that adrenaline rush, and now they want to see if they can line up a few of those sprays down on towards Titan. But Titan, they've got other ideas, right? They're going to be moving around, keeping themselves mobile, and not wanting to get stuck in one particular position to allow a team to actually get the jump on them.
No, absolutely not. We know Titans, they really do like to stay active. They like to go hunting. They like to put themselves in a situation where they are constantly dynamic, right? They constantly have an exit strategy. They also have an opportunity to maybe pick up a few teams here and there. Now, P6, of course, taking a few, pot shots, maybe warning shots from Legends of War holding up here towards the Wizard Tower, and Axo actually getting very close and personal here with Power Boy, sending through a nice little molly. It is going to land, so just outside the door, Power Boy will have to see how they're going to get out of that one. No. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of an awkward one.
Yeah, but I mean, a good attempt coming through from Powerboy nonetheless, right? Of course, now the utilities, the grenades are going to come running down. But fortunately for Powerboy, already able to put a little bit of a distance between themselves and the push coming through. But I mean, this is Titan that's rolling up. You're definitely going to be looking to create more of a gap than what they already possess there. But up comes the opportunity. It is going to be the players here from Legends of War now to just retreat back into the Wizard Tower, looking to put up a bit of a stance here and maybe we could see them find a bit of a hit down into Titan. And there we go. A fair trade coming in both directions. But they're going to have to try and wrap that fight up because the zone has now decided to take a bit of a swing up in towards the northwest.
Oh, now taking a look at this, of course, Yasna Poliana is still involved. We do see one round, Slime for KT and the likes really being favored into this next phase. But of course, Legends of War and Titans still looking for the answer here to this contention. Legends of War now having two to actually rotate on out, and the last two getting into the vehicles, trying to make a dash for it right in the crosshairs of Titans.
And that's what we want to see, right? We want to see the teams really keeping it as contentious as they can find it. But the rotations will have to come through. We are seeing Legends of War and Titan now opting to get themselves positioned a little bit closer in towards the zone. But I'm liking the position we see from TEAMLAG just up ahead, right? I think that is going to be a pretty good call depending on how these rotations then come through, because they could be, you know, in a bit of a gatekeep option there, right? But as we now look a little bit further on towards that more centralized zone, it's going to be the players here from Wave and also then the team from Myth looking to kind of contest for possession of this region. I think the sooner team is able to establish themselves here, the more favorable it will be for them coming into these next few phases.
Yeah, absolutely. We always talk about that early rotation, setting yourself up nice and early. And then, well, what can you do but take a couple of pot shots as the teams have to rotate on into your territory right in front of your crosshairs. As you can see, 1 million in one round. They're just basically showcasing that exact example. And this time around, it is 1 million holding a nice little bit of a containment angle. But as we take a look at it, of course, Slime 4KT holding steady here in Yasna Poliana, waiting for the rest of the teams now to join up on with them.
And of course, now Titans, they're going to be lurking around, finding a few more victims along the way, as we see Wasted there from Leaders Esports getting taken down. But Titans, they're looking so confident as they move up. Of course, we know that PRZ, Morteza, and the rest of the crew, right? Also, quite a force to be reckoned with. They've been showing that in the previous weeks, raking in quite some devastating points. But, oh, Teak now trying to come in with that vehicle crash. Oh, then follows it up with some beautiful shots just to secure themselves that elimination. I'm not quite sure that that is how YC chose or would have maybe decided to go out. But Titans not leaving them any other option.
No, it's no option whatsoever. And that's in true Titans fashion. Of course, Seoul Esports now holding strong here with 3, as one is rotating around, is Omar trying to get a bit of a better position, but making sure that they keep an eye on that escape plan, because Seoul Esports, as we know, just on the edge of zone, might have to make a quick dash into safety as Titans move to potentially pincer them in this position for at least a little bit of control here towards the edge. Now, rest of the teams, 1 million coming in from the north, could be quite a bit of a daunting experience here for one round in Desert Flame, as they're currently holding a great position here within the Yasna Poliana, and 1 million just edging themselves into the zone as it shifts to take the most unnatural position, because now it's water, DK. It's just water.
Yeah, but that's what we want to see, right? We want to see these teams really having to work for it. Look at that. Bunches is going to come rushing on forward, but Hemo, they've now learned from what happened to YC. They are going to be right there open to receive Titan. Now it's up to AXA to see if they can find a little bit of a rain down on the terror side, trying to send out this utilities. And there we go. It is going to be the players from Seoul Esports to lock in that elimination, sending out Titan Gaming all the way down in that, well, 16th position, right? And that is our first team to fall, but they got sent away with 6 eliminations to their name. So regardless of how this kind of turned out for them, still a good finish to this very first match.
Yeah, I mean, the only team second to them in terms of eliminations is Seoul Esports right now, as the rest of the teams are looking for those angles. We can already see Slime 4KT now sending Myths back into the lobby, but at least Myth, they picked up an elimination, so they also have 1 point. No bubbles just yet. Of course, Arab Golden now taking a look at Lag Esports and looking to take them out piece by piece as Lag just tries to make a dash for safety.
Oh, yeah, but Arab Golden really in quite a challenging position, right? They need to try and get themselves ahead of that blue zone. But as we saw, Lag, they are going to be pushing along that western side. But now it is going to be a fight for control of the north. It is Marshall to find the spray downs right up in towards Gaddafi and the rest of the players there from Virtual Gaming. Now need to decide, are they going to opt onto that bridge, hold on to this wizard tower, or are they going to look to contest the players from 1 million, who we see currently situated up in towards the northern territories? But again, this is where positioning is going to be absolutely essential.
Yeah, moving into this next phase, of course, we know Blackjack Esports here very, very scattered out into the zone, just behind Mad Knights, just to the east of Seoul Esports, who are also moving in. Slimefork AT now turning their attention here towards Legends of War, who have just tried to make an attempt at Yasnaya Poliana. So as we can see, quite a few numbers dropping, some teams really not feeling very comfortable. But hey, Darkness, they're still in this one. They still have Tornadoes lurking about somewhere, somehow. And hopefully they'll be able to continue that.
Well, we'll wait in anticipation to see what Tornado is going to bring to the table, right? But for the time being, it's going to be a little bit of a defensive play coming through here from Leaders now, trying to lock down at least the southeastern position. As we can see, the rest of the teams, they're going to be opting straight up into that western edge of Yasnaya Poliana, and a lot of contention is going to be the result of that. With that, of course, it is going to be a beautiful nade getting sent through there from Goa on towards Phoenix, and this is the kind of pressure that we want to see, right? Because so many teams now just jammed into this eastern edge, and this is where the stakes are going to start rising and rising. But MG getting spotted outside as Plaza comes rushing around that corner. Now it's going to be a full-on send here from Slimefork AT, trying to find the final contender of Blackjack.
Oh, but I love this from Slimefork AT. They wait for the numbers, they wait for the regroup, and then they send everything through, not taking any chances, because we know some teams, some individuals can really just step it up, and right now it has to be Tyson here for Mad Knight as the last remaining member here for Mad Knight. Currently, thanks to Legends of War, but of course we know so many teams can get involved.
Yep, so many teams definitely can get involved, and it's not going to be up to Legends of War to keep up the defensive position, but still quite a bit of ground for them to try and cover. As you can see, the spray downs are coming through. It is going to be Mad Knight to get taken right on down, and this is an opportunity now for Legends of War to get that rotation further up in towards the zone. But Slimefork AT positioned just up ahead, that is going to throw a few spanners in the works for them.
But again, we know this is all happening outside of the zone, so you can see 1 million in one round now, trying to find the answers quickly. They need to get themselves into safety, and now Chico, looking for that final connection, is going to be able to find it, but 1 million, they still have one hopeful just out in the zone, just trying to stay alive.
Oh, but this is some really, really nice plays coming through here from one round. Looking so confident. Yes, it is going to be Chico locking down at least 2 of the players from 1 million. But still, Venom yet to find a good position to move in towards the zones. We can see them now, trying to get a bit of a dash in. We got the players there from Desert Flame also now moving into position, trying to set themselves up over on towards that northern edge. But still, look at the positions coming through from the edge, right? Yasnaya Poliana still heavily congested. Quite a few teams yet to push on forward. And now Virtual Gaming just looking to put as much pressure as they can onto the players there from Wave Esports, situated towards that western side.
Slimefork AT, of course, keeping an eye out on the zone. Venom just trying to make a dash into safety. Bring the boost, bring anything you possibly can. You need to get yourself into some safety here. Legends of War, in the meanwhile, they found some cover, but it's not working out so well.
Yeah, it's a very self-contained position. We can see now being held there by Legends of War. But it's going to be Slime now to come rushing straight towards them, looking to close that one up. But of course, Desert Flames, they're also now in a position where they can reach down into this open field and just lay on the pressure, right? Still, we have 11 teams left to kind of duke it out for those angles. But as we look on the mini-map, we can see the players there from Arab Golden currently positioned just over on towards that southwestern side. I think that's going to be quite a favorable angle for them to hold. But of course, Slime going to come rushing straight on forward. Plaza sending that absolutely devastating nade into his own teammate. And that is going to be providing some easy pickups to come through here now for Mowing. Up they come, up, down goes Storm Plaza, the next contender, but down goes Legends of War as Plaza steps up and locks in the 9th elimination now for Slimefork AT.
A little helping hand, of course, from Desert Flame there. So, unfortunately for Slimefork AT, while they just try and desperately get their numbers back up into the running, we do know a couple of teams obviously know what happened. They know their position. Moving into this next zone, of course, all the teams situated quite nicely, but of course, Desert Flame just on the cusp of that edge of zone, so now having to make a very awkward rotation.
And that's going to be a very challenging rotation indeed. As we can see, A9Q going to be focusing right on towards them, spotting out a little bit of that smoke, and it's going to be DWAS. You trade it right on down to 3 players or the potential fourth one to get brought back into contention here. But now Flacco, Buren, Six God really having to keep their eyes peeled on the horizon, looking to see where these teams are going to be looking to move in towards. But of course, that zone now taking another shift over towards the west. But look at the opportunity being presented here to Lag as they now find the angles right on towards Slime 4KT, coming through with those sprays and securing even more knocks. Not getting the confirmations just yet, but they are going to continue to keep up the efforts. They want to lock in those eliminations.
Moving into this is going to be such a difficult position here for Slime 4KT. Of course, we know Lag Esports very happy to go on for the assault, to go on for the hunt, and now we can see Fantasy making a dash here for Slime 4KT.
Ooh, and down they go right as they jump out. A little bit of a premature ejection out of that vehicle right there, and unfortunately it is going to force a little bit of a res to come through. The plan not really going the way that they would have hoped, but A9Q now trying to see if they can hold up the defensive line. Of course, the sprays are going to come into that vehicle. Once that vehicle goes pop, it could be quite devastating for Slime and the plays here from Lag, but it's going to be a bit of that third-party action to come on through. Koa now stepping up, showing the aggression, finding the sprays, and with that, picking up A9Q and Fantasy. Of course, the plays now from Lag down to only one. It is going to be none other than 1-9.
1-9, of course, the last remaining member here for Lag, but Slime 4KT, they do go out and wave with a disgusting shot from D3S, does pick up the last remaining member here from Lag, so we're down to our top 5 teams, and Desert Flame right now sitting beautifully with the numbers advantage, but they do have to deal with Virtual Gaming first.
And this could be that exact turnaround performance that we've been waiting to see come through from Desert Flame. They've got an absolutely phenomenal opportunity here. Great angle that they are currently holding. But all they got to do is now look to capitalize on it. Just keep the focus. So you can see Buren getting knocked on down. But that is not going to deter the rest of the squad to look to find a bit of an opening. Even should they create one, they're going to be looking to play out these options. But now look at Alpha Luigi coming in with a few sneaky trades. Putting a bit of damage into the players here. I mean, DWAS, not looking too phenomenal with the health, but, you know, a quick little bit of a med kit will just fix that entire situation. But I'm loving this play coming through from Six God, right? Just moving forward, trying to relay some extra information over to the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Wave Esports in the meanwhile to take position, trying to take control of that central zone, and now we can see DWAS having to make a little bit of a dash here to try and get Six God back into the action. Ooh, but gets taken out there by PRZ, so this is not looking great for Desert Flame as they're down to only Flacco.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a lot of pressure now coming through. Flacco trying to secure some form of an anchor point, right? Trying to inch themselves up. Look at the nades, though. Wave Esports coming in with quite a bit of a play on towards Arab Golden. Also, very challenging position over towards that western side. But now as we move back on towards the north, Virtual Gaming still holding strong. They have a few seconds left on the clock before that zone starts moving up once again. And then they're going to be forced into rotation. But first, they're going to be looking to see if they can find Desert Flame.
Yeah, of course. In the meanwhile, you've got 3 teams fighting for control of that southern portion of the zone. Wave Esports now down to 1 as unfortunately D3S have gone down. Rhino just holding on by a thread as they get that med kit popped. But it's Arab Golden and Leaders that are applying so much pressure, just sandwiching Wave Esports into that southern portion of the zone. In the meanwhile, it is Desert Flame that have to fight it out here.
Oh, but Zeus now just still in contention here, right? Instead, got to be looking to find a bit of a closing play, and with that, they wrap it up for Desert Flame. Down to the final 3 contenders we go. It's going to be Arab Golden, Leaders Esports, as well as Virtual Gaming. Now, it is going to be Wiz to get knocked on down and eliminated. It's up to Elias and Ban to try and secure the future for the team, right? Lock in those additional placement points. But look at PRZ Morteza now going to be moving forward, holding on to a very centralized position. And this could be either absolutely amazing, like we see the shot now onto Ban, or it put them in a very compromising position. But looking at Leaders, I think this is going to be a golden position now for them.
Absolutely. Moving into this one, Elias just finding a beautiful angle there on towards PRZ. So now Leaders Esports down to Morteza, having to hold the line just behind that vehicle. And again, that vehicle is not going to provide the cover.
Oh, and there we go. Right then and there, it has been sealed. We got a beautiful sneaky play coming in. The players really just playing this one so phenomenally. Virtual Gaming stepping up, finding those last few angles, and with that, securing themselves an absolutely glorious, glorious finish. But I mean, what an exciting start to the day. Match number 1 done and dusted, and the team's looking so comfortable out on the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those final moments of the zone, we really couldn't keep a track on who was doing what. No one was really staying silent. Everyone was looking for those opportunities to be the first team to pick up eliminations, to pick up those fantastic placements, and to just give themselves some space. So very, very good change up from these teams. And it's good to see a different set of teams in those final zones. We didn't see 1 million in the top 5. We didn't see Titans in the top 5. So already we're starting to have a different discussion. Even Slime 4KT. So our top 3 on the overall leaderboards were not involved in that final top 5 on Erangel.
Well, that's the kind of change up that we want to see, right? We want to see the teams keep it dynamic. And I mean, a really amazing performance coming through there from Leaders Esports, Virtual Gaming, really keeping the pressure up. But as you said, right, our top 3 placing teams currently on the overall standings not succeeding in this very first game. But I mean, we know what they are capable of, so they could probably just look to patch that up moving into today's remaining games. But, you know, we got to give credit where credit is due, and some really phenomenal performances coming in right off the bat. And these teams, of course, you know, getting ready for that spicy action.
And this is what we love to see, DK. Some spicy action on a Tuesday evening. Of course, the teams really brought it there towards Erangel, but as we know, there is going to be a change-up moving into the maps that they were used to last week and even the week before, and they're going to have to bring things up again as we move on to Miramar, I believe. My memory is horrible, so you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong. But the teams really have stepped up just to see, again, those different names coming up into the final moments. Desert Flame even making it into potential top 5 position. There were some good numbers. We had Leaders joining. We had Wave. We had so many different teams. Arab Golden also making a beautiful, beautiful, you know, just performance. So as we take a look at, you know, today's match rankings and as we move into today, I am going to be keeping an eye out to see if we're going to continually see those teams step up, or if there's going to be a consistent change, right? If the teams are just sort of sitting back and they're waiting for that one map, or they're waiting for that one shift to really bring it.
Yeah, but I mean, already looking at the kind of performances we had from our really strong contenders coming through from the previous week, right? Even though they didn't find themselves in the more ideal kind of placings, we still saw a lot of aggression coming out, but right, that also then kind of trickled over onto our other teams, right? As you said, rightly so, we did see that increased performance coming through from the players there from Desert Flame. We also saw the players there from Legends of War also just bring in a very contentious position, seeing whether or not they can secure themselves any more favorable angles. Of course, also Arab Golden bring in that beautiful angle over towards that lovely southwestern side. And I'm liking what these teams are doing, right? The way that they are shifting up the dynamics. And of course, just to highlight a few of those dynamic shifts, let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this last game.
A lot of highlight in that sentence,
Yes.
but it's fine.
Yes.
We'll let it slide because we know that a lot of the teams were really stepping it up. And Titans, as we know, they were the first team to go down, but they did so with 6 eliminations, and you can see exactly why that happened. And sorry to YC that you know, you just had to be the example here, but Titans really brought in some great eliminations. So even though they don't get some crazy placements, it's good to see, you know, teams like Seoul Esports, for example, stepping up to take down the Titans.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to give it to Hemo and Omar, right? That was some pretty crazy gun skills coming in right there. But I mean, this is the way things got quite interesting, especially once the team started moving into this position over on the eastern side, right? Slime and Lag just going at each other. That was quite an interesting position, definitely. But you know, it is just the way that things go. But as we now move a little bit further, right, we are going to be taking a very quick break before we return with our match ranking and the full breakdown of everything we saw happening out on the battlefield. So be sure to stay tuned, and I'll be with you guys back in a short few moments. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. This, of course, is our final week, day number 1. So in technical terms, we're probably sitting on day 11, right? But either which way, welcome back. We just concluded our very first match, and it was quite a bit of an exciting gameplay, right? We did see some really strong contenders rising to the occasion once again. And, I mean, we did see the players there from Leaders Esports actually finishing on those double-digit eliminations. Slimefork AT also hitting in some pretty impressive plays, right? Securing 11 alongside the 10 coming through from Leaders.
Yeah, so the team's really stepping it up to a nice bit of a different change up. I mean, we took a look at obviously those top fives that looked very different. I mean, we had Arab Golden coming through in that third place with about 17 points overall, picking up some good, decent, placements and eliminations. A nice little balanced, affair that they brought through. But Virtual Gaming and Leaders in those final moments, I mean, it was a toss-up. We were still busy focusing on Arab Golden, and then boom, all of a sudden, game done. It was Leaders, of course, taking in the third place finish, but because of their 10 eliminations, they finished and tied up with our winner chicken dinner winners, Virtual Gaming, who only picked up those 5 eliminations. So 20-20 apiece for these two teams, and they really stepped up so well. It's good to see Virtual Gaming obviously jumping into a winner chicken dinner because they're our champions. We expect it of them.
Yeah, and I mean, so we're going to be explaining what we had happening in the match rankings previously. So, as said rightly so, it was Leaders and the players there from Virtual Gaming to find themselves in that first position and second position. Both teams sitting on 20. Then we had Arab Golden coming in with 17, Slimefork AT on 13, and then first position was held by Desert Flame Esports, securing themselves 12 points overall, 8 of that coming through from placement, with those 4 eliminations being secured. But now as we're getting ready to move over on towards Miramar, right? We know we're going to be having a few teams sit out on this match as in true PUBG fashion, true PMPL fashion. But this now, after this match, there's going to be the opportunity for all the teams to have played their very first game in this last week. And it's going to be none other than Miramar, so we are going to be having the players there from Group E now joining us out on the battlefield.
Ah, I was right. I remembered correctly. So yes, Miramar is going to be the next map. Very keen to see what the teams are going to be bringing through from Group E and what kind of changes they might employ, forcing some of the other teams to adapt. But as we know, Miramar does tend to be a little bit slower. And the fact that we already had teams, as you mentioned, in the first 9 minutes, that's only really when we got that little bit of action on Erangel. Now imagine how that sort of strategy is going to be applied on a map like Miramar.
I think it's going to be absolutely crazy, right? Because we've seen the teams step onto Miramar and they're actually able to speed up the proceedings on the map itself, right? Even though it's such a vast map. Yes, it's the same size as Erangel, map size, but the playable area just results in Miramar being a little bit bigger, a little bit more area for the teams to utilize. Of course, speaking about teams utilizing area, we are going to be moving straight into our game to see what that flight path is bringing, where the teams are going to be dropping, but more importantly, we are going to be looking to see where that first initial zone is going to be appearing as well.
Yeah, coming through already, we are seeing a little bit of that Impala action that a few teams, very rare few teams have actually made use of. So moving on closer, we can see it's finishing off there towards Val del Mar. So a very southern portion of the map that we're utilizing with this flight path. And DK, I mean, because we had such a northern shift with that Erangel zone, I'm wondering if it's going to be complementary or if it's just going to literally throw a wrench in the works for these teams.
Ooh, I mean, I'm low-key hoping for a little bit of a wrench, right? But
You like your wrenches?
yes. I'm no mechanic, don't get me wrong, but still, right? I'd love to see the teams really being put through their paces, really having to work to get themselves into those more favorable kind of positions and angles. So that's what I'm hoping for personally, but I'm pretty sure the teams would be quite satisfied with a complementary zone.
Yeah, they probably would, but we want to force them. So I mean, I'm aiming for creative fields. So just please, game, just read my mind and go there, go over there. But taking a look at some of the teams now, taking some good rotations. Hey, Darkness, making use of Impala, so they're going to be one of the first teams to get their boots on the ground, trying to get themselves set up as quickly as possible. And who's actually joining them on this eastern side for once in a very long time. It is Zero Tolerance taking a more eastern approach. So good to see already a little bit of changes moving in. 1 million, a little bit more towards the southern portion. And they'll be happy with that because that zone has just favored them so beautifully.
But it might be a complementary zone, but this is still a slight of a spanner, right? This is kind of still going to be quite a bit of a wrench for these teams to get themselves across. I mean, looking at Titans, they are quite happy with where the zone is. We can see P6 and Teak, they can just rotate along that southern edge, get themselves kind of snuck into those, more southern positions, almost center zone. But speaking about smack dab center zone, it is going to be the players here from Blackjack, Legends of War, as well as the players then from Seoul Esports, having to contest for a bit of a position up in towards Los Leones, but also essentially going to be looking to find themselves a little bit more of a favorable setup, right? Because you don't want to get caught in these kind of city positions as the teams start moving forward.
No, you really don't want to find yourself. We've seen these city finishes before, and if I try and remind myself of what happened there, it literally just ended up in a barrage of nades falling on these teams' heads, and it was just absolute chaos that the teams like Titans and 1 Million, they do generally thrive off. So you need to be very careful and work to your strengths moving into the next couple of phases. We know some of the teams, they know what feels good for them to take on. They know what doesn't feel good for them, what their weaknesses are. And for some of the teams, these inner city fights, trying to manage all of these angles, trying to manage your rotations while managing what angles you are constantly being yourself exposed to, especially in these close quarters. Sometimes that is not necessarily where they feel most comfortable, and they'd rather take, a longer approach, whatever it is. So hopefully the teams set themselves up beautifully moving into this one. We can already see VST also just trying their luck a little bit here as they take a couple of shots here towards 1-9.
But what I'm really noticing is that a lot of the teams are actually opting out of the zone, right?
Yeah.
Moving much farther afield, trying to get themselves looted up elsewhere. As you can see, the players now from TEAMLAG, right? They're going to be opting to potentially reach all the way up in towards El Paso, which is just up ahead of them. And it seems like that is exactly where they're going to be trying to go. We also then see the players there from Slimeful KT also pushing all the way up towards that water treatment position. We got Super Young Stars opting for, Campo Militar, Torre Ahumada, that kind of territory. So it's very, very interesting to note that these teams are really going to these extremes to get themselves looted up on Miramar.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the map, you're like, oh, it's not that far. But again, we talk about the long rotations on Miramar. The playable area, it makes for a further rotation. So the teams are opting to basically isolate themselves on a map that already forces you to be isolated in the early stages. So keeping that peace and calm as long as they possibly can, ensuring that they stay alive, obviously, as long as they possibly can. So survivability already being a massive theme for these teams coming through after that week of rest. And it's good to see, because that's a little bit more representative of what we saw in the previous season when the stakes were a little bit different, when it wasn't important for you every single game and every single day to put your best foot forward, because it's going to change how your bonus points are looking in the finals. So it's good to see those teams having that sense of mind to still focus on the basics, still focus on what they know best.
Yeah, and I mean, what we know that they know best is some pretty exciting PUBG action, right? That's what we're going to be waiting to see, what the teams will be bringing on forward. But of course, now we're just getting ready to see what's going to happen as we are moving into a little bit of a rehost. Something not working out the way it's supposed to. We got a few of those gremlins coming in, but that is to be expected in our lovely world of technology. Sometimes the gremlins find a bit of a door to sneak up in towards. But again, already a really healthy approach that we saw coming through from the teams. And I'm curious to see, once we get into that rehost, what the teams are going to be bringing through, whether or not they're going to be changing up any of the approaches, or are they going to be opting for a very similar kind of play.
Yeah, so what I'm already liking to see is that some of the teams have opted to not necessarily copy the strategies, but really employ some of the best points of other teams. So, for example, Titans and Darkness, right? So Titans, we know, tends to be a team that tries to get themselves onto the map as soon as possible, taking rotations wherever they need to, unless they do have an easier path to their normal rotations. So now Darkness doing pretty much the exact same thing, jumping onto Impala, making sure that they're going to be the first boots on the ground, setting themselves up as soon as possible, and even Zero Tolerance joining on that eastern side, a little bit of a change up from what we've seen on them for Miramar. it's good to see that teams are adapting. It's good to see that there's already just some semblance of change that these teams have already employed so early into this next week, because that just provides a whole different idea of excitement as we move into not only the rest of today, but obviously the rest of the week, because we know the pressure's on, because this is your final week.
Yep. Not only that, right? As we know, we've been talking about these 8 days that the teams had to bring in those analysis, and what I'm going to be looking to see is what they've made from the information available to them, right? Are we going to be seeing teams trying to counteract a few potential rotations? Are they going to be trying to just shake things up even more so? Because based on what we saw just now, as the team started to make their way on down, there has been a few of those dynamic moves, as you've already pointed out, right? So I want to see that evolution. I want to see the teams take it even further and look to see how they can best combat any of the potential threats they could be experiencing out on the battlefield.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they've had a lot of information available to them. They've had 2 weeks worth of VODs and even map rotations to take a look at and see, okay, well, where might things not have gone the best way for us? Where could we have made a different choice? Not necessarily the right choice or the wrong choice, but where could we have made a different choice, and how could that have panned out differently for us? Because it's PUBG. It's RNG. You don't know how those shifts are always going to go. We don't even know how the flight path or the zone is going to go on this rehost as we move in, of course. So some of the teams, they just need to take a look and see maybe there's something different they can bring in.
Well, of course, speaking about different, right? We want to hear what the viewers' thoughts are, so be sure to hit us up on social media, right? By now you should know where it is, but in case you forgot, we'll remind you, right? It is over on YouTube, on Facebook, as well as on TikTok. And be sure to include the hashtag there, as you can see, PMPL Africa, alongside your predictions and what you would like to see from these teams moving into the remaining games of today, right? Also, I'm curious to find out, who do you think will be the team to walk away with those 20 placement points at the end, right? We know it has been Slime for KT, then it was the players coming through from Titan Gaming. Are we going to be seeing another team rise to the occasion? Could it potentially be 1 million, maybe even Leaders Esports? Or is it going to be Slime or Titan once again locking in those 20 points?
Yeah, so it's good to see that we've already had that change, because I remember the first week we were like, all right, so in the best possible circumstance, you could be finding yourself 80 points into the finals. Already we know that's not going to be one team taking all the 80 points. It's at least being a little bit more shared. It's being a little bit more distributed towards the teams. But hopefully this week, this third week, we will see another team finding those 20 points, just to show that it has been, just to once again showcase how healthy it's been on the standings so far, and how the teams have already changed that up, even moving into that first Erangel of the day.
Yeah, I mean, so there's going to be quite a few speculations that we can throw around, and hoping to see the teams really looking to rise to the occasion. But I think this is a kind of a healthy approach, right? I mean, looking at the fact that we've entirely done away with the super weekends, the teams can focus a lot more of their efforts on their overall performances, looking to bring in that consistency, and that opens up a lot of avenues for these teams to step up and just absolutely amaze us with what they are able to accomplish. I mean, we've spoken about this before. 2 teams locking in 100-pointed days. I mean, that is absolutely insane. That puts them on an average of 25 points per game, right? We've not really seen much of that in the previous seasons of PMPL, so I'm liking this kind of shift in the dynamic that the teams will now have to try and cope with. And of course, as we know, at the end of the week, they get rewarded with those lovely bonus points and also a little bit of action over on Livik.
Yeah, and already Livik has been a very interesting idea. Some of the teams, just keeping to their wits about them, staying the same, taking the same strategies if they do, manage to get into the top 12. And other teams, of course, changing it up completely. I mean, in the first week, we had VST taking the winner chicken dinner. In the second week, of course, we had Titans just being greedy as ever and taking 8 winner chicken dinners. So the change up for these teams has been quite impactful in terms of how they've had to change day after day, let alone week after week. And again, we've got teams now, they've shuffled groups, they've shuffled maps. Now they're suddenly playing against a slightly different set of competitors. Maybe some of the teams having their own nemesis, their own team that they're like, oh, please just don't put me on a map with this team. or maybe they're looking for that one team to target. Either way, some of the teams already have forced themselves to change. We saw that with Super Young Stars, if you remember, way back in the beginning, being the nemesis of virtual gaming there towards Saverni, map after map after map, and then they even found themselves on Miramar. Since then, I mean, since basically the third or fourth day, that's not a storyline anymore. We don't really see that happening. It's like they know how to avoid each other completely. So it's good to see that they're doing those VOD reviews and they know what is working for them and what's not.
Yeah, it's good to see the teams really finding their style, right? Finding their rhythm, their way of playing these games that works more favorable for them. And of course, as we are now getting ready to move into, or rather back on towards our second match of the day, right? Our second Miramar to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through. I mean, this is where a lot of that focus and determination of the teams come into play once again, right? We want to see those strategies being utilized, being played out. But I'm also curious to see whether or not we're going to have anyone potentially stopping Titans, right? Because already today they've started off with quite an aggressive push, and we know based on what we can see in the overall standings that there are a few teams that could rise to the occasion, right? Slime 4KT, 1 million, and leaders. They've really been keeping it pretty contentious, at least on that regard. And also we can add on the players from one round. They've also been able to secure themselves a very strong positioning. So I want to see those additional improvements also then come through. But as we've been talking before, we want to see the players from Mad Knight, we want to see Darkness really step up and maybe get themselves up into that top 16.
Yeah, we also mentioned Legends of War and Desert Flame. Already Desert Flame looking really good, making themselves into the top 5 on Erangel, but again, continue that, right? We saw Desert Flame taking their first winner chicken dinner on Miramar last week. We want to, well, not last week, the week before last week. I forgot that we had a little bit of a break. So now they need to bring that back, you know, they need to bring that energy once again, and at least some consistency, because they can close that 20 pointer gap in one day. They can close that 20 pointer gap in 2 days, and then they still have the rest of the week to now get themselves further up into the top 16.
Well, there's going to be a lot to have happen here, and of course we are prepping up the plane to see where that flight path is going to be moving towards next. So as before we move anywhere, right, I want to ask you, if you were the IGL at this point, moving into this Miramar, right?
Oh dear.
What would you tell your team before moving into the game?
I think there's a lot of pressure running. I think there's a lot of anxiety around what we can do, and obviously placing a lot of focus on mistakes. But you have to take each game by game. We don't know what the zone holds. We don't know what the shifts hold. Just focus on what you can do in that moment rather than what you should have done, because everything's going to change right before your eyes. So you can't focus on any mistakes right now.
Well, there we go, right? A little bit of a pep talk. Let's call it a pep talk coming through right there. But yeah, so we are getting closer and closer to jump into our second match. So just bear with us, as we said before, right? We had to have a little bit of a rehost. A few gremlins, of course, creeping in. It happens sometimes. You know, yeah, it is what it is. Maybe the sand was a little bit too dry and was burning someone's feet. I'm guessing that's probably what it was. But of course, we won't have to wait too long to see what the teams are going to be doing as we move straight on through to see what that flight path is going to be bringing in. The lovely Los Leones, of course, also just positioned up ahead. So that only means that we are coming in from that southeastern side. The lovely Puerto Pareso down on that eastern edge. And there we have it, right? The flight path leading all the way up in towards Oasis. So let's see where these teams are going to drop and whether or not they're going to change up what we saw coming through before we had the rehost.
So, I mean, technically we're still here towards the southern side. At least we're starting on the southern side, but a nice cut right through the center of the map. So plenty of opportunities for teams to get to their favorite locations. They're not going to have to really force themselves. Of course, we know that zone might make a little bit of some of the teams at least put a little bit more effort into taking quicker looting than later looting. So we'll see how that's going to change up for some of the teams. Already Darkness once again aiming towards Impala Titans, heading towards Los Higos as per normal, 1 million, still there towards Puerto Pareso. So plenty of opportunities, and interestingly enough, I'm seeing some slight changes. I feel like, you know, we're missing Zero Tolerance here with alongside Darkness. We're seeing a few of the teams moving a little bit more towards the western side. So maybe there's going to be that change up.
Well, I mean, it does seem like it could be on the cards, right? But again, we see Soul, Leaders, Legends rather, and Blackjack opting straight up in towards Los Leones. The zone still very similar to what we had, right? Still sitting slightly towards that southeastern side, but being a little bit more focused towards the central eastern edge itself, right? So it has now, of course, brought a lot more of that playable area into the game. So this is the opportunity for the teams to try and see maybe they can find themselves into a little bit more of a favorable setup. Yet we still see the players there from Titans still holding on to that southern position.
Now to take a look at it, of course, there's only a handful of teams compared to that first map that really have to send themselves outside of the zone to get to a more favorable looting position. So Super Young Stars still heading towards Campo Militar. This time, Zero Tolerance, all the way from that eastern portion, have moved up into that northern section of the map, really finding themselves a very open opportunity for looting here. And then Slime for KT. So basically 3 teams that are outside of the zone. I mean, even Titans, they didn't actually head towards Los Egos, at least just yet. They're currently within the zone.
Well, that's what we want to see, right? Teams just continuing to try and rise it up. But again, there's still going to be a few opportunities for teams to try and maybe sneak themselves in a little bit later on. I'm loving that kind of that northeastern chunk being pretty open, pretty barren, right? Quite a few opportunities for teams to move in, get themselves a little bit of that security. But as we look over in towards Picado, it's going to be Mad Night, and they're going to have free reign. No one in this in the vicinity to really contest them for any of the loot going through. It's not the same situation though up in towards San Martin, right? You can see a few teams in pretty close proximity, but of course Slime. Also, a very comfortable spot, but this is kind of their spot, right? All the way up in towards La Cobreria. We don't really see any other teams venturing this far either.
No. The teams do generally try and focus on that center part of the zone, try and keeping themselves into at least more of an opportunity to give them space, to give them time to set up in these early phases, and hopefully to keep them isolated so that they don't have to immediately start with a hot drop on Miramar. But yeah, the rest of the teams now taking rotations out. We did see, of course, VST going a little bit more towards the western portion of Monte Nuevo. So that again, that's 4 teams that have basically exited the zone. The rest of the teams within safety, within zone, and because of that more central portion of the zone and flight path, they're going to be quite happy for that first phase. No immediate pressure. I mean, even taking a look at some of the positions we have, I'm not really seeing some early contentions. Maybe again Los Leones, as we know, but those teams are used to that position. They're used to having those competitors there, so there's no real statistical reason why they would jump into an engagement unless they felt comfortable taking out those teams.
I gotta say, I'm quite curious to see what Super Young Stars are gonna be doing, right? Because as we know, they've got Zero Tolerance positioned just north of them, going through their looting phase up in Torre Ahumada. But Super Young Stars, a little bit further south, almost on the edge of zone, could find themselves in a little bit of a gatekeep option there. So I'm curious to see how that one's gonna pan out. And then also what Team Mist's gonna be doing, because they are still smack dab center zone, but there's a lot of vacancies. Right, quite a few positions that they can actually look to get themselves situated in towards. So only time will tell where exactly they'll be rotating towards. But for the time being, we're going to be moving around, waiting for that first bit of action to come through.
Yeah, a lot of the teams are a little bit more scattered out than what we would normally expect because it is so early into this phase. I mean, we still have to wait for the first zone to close up. So Titans, I mean, they're split up right now between Seoul Esports, 1 million. They were even leaning towards virtual gaming at one point or another, and now they're slowly but surely regrouping. So as they move into these later loot phases, obviously, they're going to be keeping that peace of mind that they do need to keep their heads on a swivel because there could be teams any which way they really take a look at it. Hopefully we won't be seeing anything too crazy just yet because I do like the way that the teams are bringing back that sense of just the focus on staying alive, the focus on rotations, the focus on top 16 into as many late phases as we possibly can because we want to have the best possible chances.
Yeah, we do see a lot more consideration being put into these rotations, right? The team's not just going to be rushing up blindly. So I'm loving these approaches, but I guess to see if we are going to be having to wait 3 more minutes before we get that first knock and confirmation to come through, because that's what we had in the very first game. But I'm loving the approach that we had though, right? Because the team's really showing that awareness, showing that calculation, moving in, playing it way more tactfully, and instead it results in quite the chaotic almost, right? Later few phases as there's so much happening out on the battlefield.
Yeah, there's so many teams that you have to contend with. You really don't have a lot of space to work with. So yes, it does provide a good sense of like peace in the first phases, but it just also provides a lot more chaos towards the later phases, which is possibly what I'm so biased towards. Who knows? Maybe. I just want the best for the teams. That's
Yes.
definitely all. So Zero Tolerance, of course, still the furthest team there towards the northern portion, having to make their rotation in. And Super Young Stars, they really grouped up into the center of Cruz del Fall, but they haven't moved into the zone. They're still sticking around. So maybe you are right. Maybe they did see Zero Tolerance making that drop, and they're looking to potentially stick around and do something like Pancho just did to Lazy Boy.
Yeah, I mean, Titans, they're not going to wait around for anybody to come to them. Instead, we are going to be seeing AXA now just moving into position, finding that first spray down on towards Lazy Boy. I mean, they beat us a little bit, right? A minute and 30 seconds sooner than what we had over on Erangel. But you know what? I'm not complaining. I'm happy because we are seeing action. And now this is going to be an opportunity to see what Titans will look to bring on forward. 1 million. Now, just quickly, trying to regroup themselves, right? We did see Venom and the rest of the team venturing a little bit further towards that more eastern side. But Marshall now calling them back, just trying to bring in those reinforcements. And I think this could be quite a healthy exchange then, coming through between 1 million and the players from Titan. But it all rides on how Titan is going to be looking to roll on forward into this position.
I mean, even Marshall now trying to make that rotation, trying to group up with the rest of the team, just making a dash to safety, hopefully making a dash to a vehicle so they can get themselves situated sooner rather than later. Some of the other teams also taking rotations in and running again with that 1-3 setup that essentially 1 million were trying to do before Titans came in and ruined everything. But now they'll be forced to run a 1-2 setup. So Marshall hopefully just finding some sort of transportation. So Esports in the meanwhile, of course, still trying to group up towards center zone. They're just on the outskirts here of Los Leones, in between La Bendita. So they're out in the zone. They're not really, really center. But maybe this is what they need. Maybe, this is such an odd position. They won't be finding teams really jumping up on their position.
I mean, that could be the play that they're opting for, right? We don't know just yet, but what we do know is that that zone is going to be moving further and further over on towards that eastern side. So it's going to allow for a bit of continuation for the play between Titan 1 million to further look to see if they can find a more optimal position to call home. But I'm loving the kind of congestion that we have now developing up in towards Los Leones, right? Blackjack moving towards those northern sides. We can see Myth also still kind of in the mix alongside Mad Knight and Legends of War. So I'm loving the fact that the teams are now mass converging towards the zone. And we can see that that mobility coming in as well.
Oh, moving into this one, of course, we do see a few teams making a little bit of a dash. Of course, Toronto just looking for good opportunities here towards Super Young Stars, taking a couple of pot shots. And Super Young Stars just hoping they'll be able to get just on the other side of that ridge line.
Well, maybe the ridge lines could be the thing, right? As they now look to move on up. But as we know, Miramar, a lot of ridge lines wherever you go. And I'm not quite sure where they're going to be trying to push towards. Still a little bit of distance for them to try and cover to get themselves secured in towards the zone. But meanwhile, up in Los Leones, it is going to be Legends of War and Blackjack. Now, just playing a little bit of that back and forth, right? They are looking onto each other, but not really acting too much with regards to those triggers. But they're also waiting in anticipation to see what teams a little bit further down are going to be bringing in. But Chronal, I mean, they're not going to let any opportunity pass them by, as we also then see Mad Knight on the approach.
Yeah, Mad Knight, Myth, they're all making a little bit of an approach. Both sending in just a scout. So in the form of Mad Knight, it's Tyson looking for an opportunity where they can position themselves. Broly from Team Myth is also trying to get themselves situated. Zero Tolerance in the meanwhile have found Super Young Stars there towards that northeastern portion of the zone. So we can see that happening in the elimination feed, as well as Lag and Triple Esports now.
Yeah, that's what we want to have. I mean, Lag already showing a little bit of aggression over on Erangel, but now it is Triple Esports. This is their first match of the day, and they're looking to get it off with quite a bit of a banger here, right? They're already applying quite a bit of pressure onto the side of Lag. I mean, this is a super unfortunate turn of events, though, for Lag. As we know, previously they got pincered over on that eastern side, over on Erangel, and they are going to be looking to kind of improve their fate here, right? But Chemos and M7, they're not going to let that happen just yet, as they are going to be rushing straight on forward. But look at that beautiful coverage coming through from Gaga.
Oh, taking a look at this. Chemo's now down and out. M7MD trying to hold the line as 1-9 is looking for some revenge here. Jumping up, trying to be sneaky, trying to not let anyone know what's happening. But 5-7, look at this cover all the way
Oh.
from the outside. Just peeking on in to try and help out their teammates.
Oh, but up comes M7. Finds the spray. Down goes 1-9. And now it's going to be up to Gaga to see whether or not the lag will have any more continuation coming through in the remainder of this game. But yes, I gotta agree with you what you said on Vibe 7, right? I mean, some beautiful range sprays coming through. But now, Blue Zone is catching up, and Gaga is just going to be perched on the very high ground, keeping a very watchful eye. Unfortunately, we are only still in those early stages, so the Blue Zone is going to do a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy to be stressed about. And of course, they are now going to have to focus on getting themselves repositioned back in towards that zone.
Oh, but Myth once again smack bam center zone alongside 1 million, and so Esports holding a very good opportunity here. Wave Esports in the meanwhile, they've jumped in, they've seen what's happened here with Triple Esports, and they're looking, well, we want to get a piece of the action here. Moving on in, Rhino taking so much damage now thanks to 7 Reef. It's Vibe 7, it's 7 Reef that are just holding these flanking positions, holding all of the angles and keeping their team safe.
Well, let's see for how much longer they'll be able to remain safe as we have a lot of pressure now coming through, right? We do see Rhino trying to ride that ridge, looking for a bit of an opening, but instead they create a beautiful opening now for Chemos to come through and just greet them, remind them that they need to keep their eyes peeled to any pixels that could be out of place. But a very, very interesting position, definitely being held here by Wave, right? We do see that they are sending Baruti all the way towards that zone, trying to set up that anchor point, while Zakaria and the rest of the squad now keep this frontline defensive alongside the players here from Triple.
And now we take a look at this Triple Esports holding a good line, but they still have to get themselves into zone. And right behind Wave Esports, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge here. They're going to have to manage expectations moving into this one. Titans, in the meanwhile, finding 0 tolerance and just picking up one. Not anything too crazy, but Legends of War and Mad Knight, however, they might be stepping things up here, DK.
Yeah, the western side is where it's at, right? It's going to be the teams now looking to lock in a few of those additional points. I'm loving the fact that Blackjack is also still in contention, just perched up on the high ground, keeping a nice little overwatch on what we have unfolding between Legends of War and Mad Knight. And as we now jump over to the eastern side, it is going to be Titan Gaming to just demolish the players there from 0 tolerance, sending them back in 16th place with those 2 eliminations to their name. But again, right, where are they going to go now? Titans, they have this entire eastern side under their control. Of course, Mad Knight, Legends of War, still going to be fighting out for control and possession of this western side.
And of course, they've been here for the longest time, just staying quiet, just trying to make sure that, you know, they're not jumping into any action anytime soon. But of course, Blackjack were not too far off. They've also made a rotation up into more central positioning right alongside Wave Esports. So we'll have to wait and see how Legends of War are going to turn this around in their favor, hopefully and potentially. But Virtual Gaming now joining up here on this high-rise position might make it very difficult for both of these teams if they want to make a rotation in further anywhere into the zone, into maybe more of an outskirts position. As soon as they take a step outside of their respective buildings, they're going to be potential pickings for Virtual Gaming.
Well, I think maybe a little bit more than potential, right? But for the time being, while we wait for that to unfold, we are going to be jumping a little bit further towards the northern side as the zone now just centers up even more on Myth. And I mean, if you've ever wanted a sign, this is the sign that Myth needs, right? This is like they've been zone blessed, zone after zone after zone. So, you know, big ups to them because they are really reading the zone absolutely phenomenally. But now they need to find that position in which they can get themselves set up and now just then look to capitalize because we've got that northern territory that is going to be a little bit easier to play towards, seeing that it's a little bit more open. But then comes the danger from the southern edges, right? A lot more of the terrain, a lot more of those elevation positions that can be utilized.
Yeah, just do it. Do it. Myth, that's what we're waiting to see. Maybe some potential there. I'm not going to say it. I don't want to cast a curse anything ever this week, please, because we know it's a lost opportunity for these teams. So let's just wait and see what's going to happen there. But of course, Triple Esports now moving in. Of course, we know they've already had a little bit of an altercation with Wave. They've seen them, they've found them once or twice. So looking now potentially for that revenge here, as they've all set themselves up with those HP bars. They're just looking for information and holding a very good piece of cover. It's Wave Esports that I would say is at least on the back foot in terms of how they approach this with Triple.
I mean, kind of, but I wouldn't say so 100%, right? Because Wave still have this ridge line, and there's also still a rotational option for them to, instead of moving straight into this, they could maybe move a little bit further afield. But Virtual Gaming have now moved onto the edge, and of course Slime 4KT moving in right behind them. So that is going to limit their options quite a bit. So let's see how this one then plays out for Wave Esports.
I'd more be worried about just the cover, as you mentioned. So the reason I was worried is exactly because of this. It's Slime 4KT moving on just behind them. They don't have any hard cover to jump in, right? They've got a couple of rocks. They've got some vehicles to make use of, but Slime 4KT and any surrounding team, they just have so many opportunities to take apart Wave.
Oh, and up comes the sprays there as Pronto jumps over. I mean, a really good defensive position being held here by Zakaria, but let's see whether or not that is going to pan out in their favor, as we do have this mass convergence of teams. Of course, Slime 4KT pushing straight on forward, trying to lay it on as thick as they can manage. And then we see the players there from Wave and Darkness, both teams getting sent away. Now, Triple needing to face off against Slime 4KT for possession of this edge of zone.
Oh, absolutely. As they move on in, Slime 4KT once again just looking so active, looking so happy to take apart any and every team they possibly can. But now they've got a potential real competitor here with Triple Esports picking up just the same amount of eliminations. Of course, now trying to find an angle towards Slime 4KT, trying to pick up something, and they find Koa. Well, at least 1 million does, reaching all the way across from the northeastern portion of the zone. So this might be a very awkward position that they find themselves in.
Yeah, but you know what's not awkward? We saw Titans again already sitting on those 7 eliminations. Definitely trying to prove a point, but there's going to be a lot of pressure now coming through on all the edges of the zone, right? You can see Mad Knight, we got the players there from Legends of War, we got the Virtual Gaming, all situated towards that more western edge. But now, as we wait to see where this next shift's going to take us, I'm suspecting it might go to Myth once again, because, yep, there we go. Right, they've been just able to kind of lock in that zone. But now the pressure is on, because now they truly and honestly need to defend their position from the remaining teams who are yet to move on forward. And as we can see, there are still 11 teams left.
Yeah, look, once is lucky, twice is a little bit sus. 3 times you know what you have to do here. So Myth, they need to bring in the action. Titans, of course, moving on in from that eastern portion of the zone. Just behind them, it's VST that might have an opportunity to lay down some fire, lay down the law here as Puncher, P6 and Axon need to move in closer to a better position in the zone and potentially continue their reign of eliminations. As they make at least one step into the zone, what is VST going to do to break that line, get themselves into safety, and what are they going to do with VST and Titans here?
Well, I mean, we do see VST holding onto that 2-2 split, but of course, speaking about splits, right, it's going to be Virtual Gaming now coming in with that 3-1 split, rushing straight in towards Blackjack. We've already lost one of their players, Phoenix, to the hand of Myth. Let's see what's going to happen here as, you know, Virtual Gaming, they're going to be looking to assert some form of dominance. It's going to be the only contender on the front line there, but Chronal instead is going to be trying to set up that anger point yet again. And now the rotation will have to come on through. Virtual Gaming trying to move on forward, but now they're starting to take aim in all directions. Legends of War also right there alongside them and feeling the pressure now.
Oh, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. Look at how many teams we have clustered into these final moments of Miramar. Now taking a look at Alpha. Luigi sitting out a nade, trying to make that connection here towards Reverb, who's just trying to take a dash into safety into the smoke, but they're not completely covered. They're not completely safe. Tyson, on the other end as well, trying to recover their teammates. All of these teams starting to drop like flies.
Yeah, as we can see, the teams going all over the place, but still quite a bit of congestion held over on towards this western side, right? Virtual Gaming trying to keep a steady position. NG not going to be backing off just yet. Oh, up comes Reverb, but down they go, and this is going to be all for Luigi to step up with that elimination. But still, quite a bit of ground to be covered, as Virtual Gaming have not yet secured themselves any place. Slime 4KT, in the meantime, are going to be losing their final hopeful, and off they go. Virtual Gaming now feeling the sting. It is down to one shot, and Zeus looking to see if they can piece this puzzle back together. But Legends of War mowing. We saw mowing some beautiful performances in that second week, but will they be able to replicate it once again? Finds the opportunity on towards Virtual, picks up one shot and Gaddafi, and now it is down to only Zeus, but up comes the third party plays as Mad Knight steals that elimination away.
That's the problem with having so many teams in these last couple of phases, but it breeds such chaos. I love it, DK. Moving on in now, it is Kingerman looking for some revenge here, taking so much damage. They're trying to just take down Seoul Esports, who are trying to make their own dash into the zone. Of course, Puncher and P6 here also having to make a navigation into the safety of that zone that is currently being held by none other than, you guessed it, Myth, just absolutely zone blessed.
Yeah, I don't even think we need to say it anymore because we just know by this point in time. Yes, it is going to be still quite a bit of a contentious play to be had over on towards the eastern side, right? Titan Game is still trying to find that opening. Already 11 eliminations strong. They are looking to go toe-to-toe now with Seoul Esports, which are down to only 3 players, right? We've got YC, Hemo, and Omar, but YC opting into the vehicle, trying to put a little bit of distance in between themselves, but P6 right there on the trigger spots them out, and down they go. Soul having to try and hold on with only 2 contenders, because Hemo is going to be opting into a little bit of that hard cover. Not quite sure whether or not that is going to work out in their favor because they've not yet secured themselves a position in the zone. But 1 million could have a little bit of a different plan here, right? Already finding that first knock right on towards P6, and now it's all up to Puncher. But you can see those utilities already getting sent across.
Yeah, 1 million is the trouble point here for Titans. And for Seoul Esports, that's Mad Knight. All of these teams so open, so exposed at this point in time that unfortunately they can't afford to get tunnel vision with any other team. They need to keep their heads on a swivel because there are nades flying. There are teams looking for those flanking positions and the angles to take you out.
Yeah, aside from the nades, there's also a few rounds, right? Getting exchange in all directions. Omar now finding a beautiful trade right there on towards P6. Puncher is going to be moving up in the buggy. Oh, down goes Omar. Now, all the pressure turns onto Hemo, but they got spotted out. The shots now starting to rain on through. And this is absolute carnage. Virtual Gaming getting wiped off the face of Miramar right here. 1 million closing up Soul. Oh, there we go. It is going to be Chronal to lock in that spray. With that is Puncher also now getting picked up, and down to 4 teams we go.
Yeah, both of those teams having to make quite a bit of a late rotation here. Now Tyson up on the chopping block as Blackjack just move on in. It is Coronal to take out their buddy, but hey, Tyson's still alive, and now that zone shift is going to provide them a little bit of space to move on closer to the zone. Of course, 1 million coming here from the southern portion, well, the northern portion, according to the map, of the zone, but they still need to find themselves an opportunity to get into safety.
Loving these plays coming through here from Chronal, just capitalizing on that elevation, finding the angles down on towards 1 million. But fortunately, right, we do have Myth still holding a very centralized position, and that could actually alleviate a little bit of that pressure now on towards, well, Chronal, right, as they are on the front line and could actually be looking to find a little bit of the plays now to be had onto the plays there from 1 million. But of course, Mad Knight, Blackjack still on the southern edge, now having to cross over to try and get themselves secured into this phase.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. The smokes are going to be popped. Coronal just trying to find a way to navigate down this ridgeline that for the time being up until now has really been the advantage they were looking for, but now it's going to make things very awkward trying to rotate into the zone. Myth, of course, still holding center zone. 1 million also now needing to get closer, needing to get themselves into a better position, but as soon as they step across that ridgeline, as soon as they make their move, be out in the open. They're going to be exposed and potentially get taken out, but we'll see what Ramsey can do holding this line as they hold for 1 million. It's Tyson and Chronal that also need to just find a way. Oh,
yep, that is the end of Blackjack. Blue Zone does them dirty, and of course now it is going to be up to Myth to look and see if they can get the zone under lockdown. They've been blessed by zone after zone after zone, 7 zones deep. They are still positioned smack dab center. Farouk trying to send out a quick bit of a nade, trying to find Tyson, but unfortunately it doesn't really connect up just yet. Now Tyson has a quick opportunity to come rushing forward as that blue zone is going to be closing on up. They're running out of time, but let's see who will be the team to have the controlling play here. It is Tyson now to get found out, and it's 1 million contending against Myth here for that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, Mad Knight going out in third place. Marshall now trying to make a dash up into the safety here, but they have to take out Momin. It's not going to happen.
Oh, let's see. Come on, Ramsey trying to hold it up. Up comes Venom now. Trying to close it in. Oh, and there we go. It is going to be a winner chicken dinner going straight over to Team Myth. Stepping up, rising to the occasion. And just capitalizing on that zone blast after zone blast. Match after zone after zone.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely phenomenal work coming through here from quite a few teams. I mean, Blackjack, Mad Knight making it into those top 4 placements. 1 million, of course, unsurprisingly, making another fantastic showing alongside Titans with some great eliminations. But Myth, they made it happen. At the end of the day, we said 1, 2, 3, 4 times, 5 times. Come on, it has to happen at some point, right?
Yeah, I mean, what a glorious way to have that Miramar work out in their favor. But yes, as you mentioned, right, we also got to give a bit of credit there to Blackjack Chronal, just holding on for the longest time. And I mean, that elevation really working out in their favor. And of course, some much needed eliminations being brought in through that. I mean, I believe Chronal or the entire team of Blackjack finished on, I think it was about 5 or 6 eliminations in total. So really, really good run coming through for them. But the team that capitalized the most was going to be none other than Myth. And while we kind of get over what we just saw, we are going to be jumping into a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back in a short few moments.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players. Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, last week, right here, first day of that last week. And of course, we've already concluded 2 of our matches. We just went over in towards Miramar, in which we saw the players there from Team Myth reigning supreme with that glorious winner chicken dinner. But they've also been zone blessed for pretty much every single zone. It's not too often that we see that really happening. So, beautiful utilization coming through there from Team Myth. But we saw a few really strong contenders also looking to, make it quite difficult for any of these teams to secure any decent points.
Absolutely, moving into those final phases. Of course, Myth was reigning winner chicken dinner champions, but 1 million, Mad Knight, even Blackjack Esports were in those top 4 placements to really make it as difficult as they possibly could for them. Mad Knight ending up in 3rd place, 1 million, of course, ending up in 2nd place. So, I mean, looking at just the way that these teams were really just absolutely fighting for those final moments, it's no surprise that we are going to be seeing a little bit of that shift coming in. And again, we have a couple of different names, right? In the top 5, we had Titans just on the edge there with those, I think it was 11 eliminations the last time we saw them. Moving on in, we had Mad Knight, Blackjack, 1 million, now Myth taking a winner chicken dinner. So another different top 5.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see, right? Teams continuously changing it up. I mean, yeah, Titan Gaming, they were on 12 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, so some pretty insane numbers coming through once again, right? But that is kind of to be expected by Titan Gaming at this point in time, right? We've seen them really setting the standard in that 2nd week, and now moving into our final week, they continue to uphold those kind of standards. But yes, as you rightly so said, the players there from Myth stepping up, bringing in that winner chicken dinner. So quite a bit of excitement happening across the board, right? Teams that we've been wanting to see really rise to the occasion, stepping up, doing exactly that, and, just finding some of those much needed points. But we are also having the teams that we had a little bit lower on that overall rankings, also starting to bring in those additional improvements, right? Bring in a little bit of that longevity and really surviving much further in towards these phases. So I'm quite hopeful that I'm expecting to see quite a bit of a shift come through, right? As we know, looking at the overall rankings from before, that there was not that much really separating the teams from 13th all the way to 20th place. So I'm still waiting to see kind of where the teams are going to be kind of looking to settle themselves as the day progresses further on.
What's interesting is we have a little bit of a sneak preview now into what those match rankings actually did take a look at. So even though Myth, they did take the winner chicken dinner, they did so with 9 eliminations. So they ended up on 24 points overall. But because Titan Gaming picked up such a crazy amount of eliminations, ending up with 13, they are just 5 points behind Myth on the match rankings with 19 points. So a massive, massive shift for these teams. And of course, we know 1 million, they finished up in second place. They're in third on the match rankings today with 16 points, just 3 behind Titans. So once again, Titans and 1 million, they are making a surprising performance, potentially looking to duplicate or maybe even better themselves compared to that first week of play.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about that first week of play, right, we also have to give a big thank you to our sponsors, right? So we want to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And aside from Monster, also a big shout out going out to Oppo. So Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. And now, that only means that we are that much closer to jumping into our next match, which is going to be none other than Sanhok. So a little bit of that jungle action, see what the teams are going to be bringing on through. But we also have a few highlights from our past match, just to remind everyone of what happened.
And taking a look at this, of course, we know it was Puncher to start us off with a little bit of action here towards Lazy Boy. And that was really the trigger that we saw a lot of the teams taking the approach into that final zone. And as we know, that final zone was absolutely stacked. We even had Triple Esports, or Vibe 7 in particular, reaching across some crazy, crazy terrain to just help out their teammates and keeping everything in check as much as they could. But some great movements from these teams moving into those final phases. As we can see, 10 teams within the fifth phase. It was absolutely stacked.
Yeah, the teams, they're really looking to keep it as contentious as they can manage. But I really enjoyed the proceedings as it moved in, getting into these later few stages. But again, Myth just keeping the aggression up, keeping that defensive line so strong. And I mean, as we could see there, the players from 1 million also having quite a bit of a challenging time, right? Looking to create a bit of an opening. But as we now get to jump over into Sanhok, this is where we look to see what the teams are going to be bringing through, as they are going to be presented with a great opportunity to get down and aggressive in our close quarter combat. So without any further delay, let's hop straight on in and see what the teams will have to work with. As we know, right, flight path Sanhok doesn't matter all too much. What's going to be way more important is where that first initial zone is going to be forming.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can take a look at this, we're seeing a little bit of that river just running down by None. At least, well, Tornado is, that we can spectate over here. So, actually, there we go. All the way from Kampong, all the way moving into that western portion of Sanhok, just taking a nice bit of a slightly southern flight path. So, we'll see how that zone is going to complement or not complement it at all, whatsoever. Not even slightly. But, I mean, hey, Ruins is included, so it's...
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's wow.
Yep. Yeah, Northwestern Zone is going to be quite an interesting one, but we are seeing a few hard drops, right? One round, Leaders Esports getting into a little bit of contention up into Boot Camp, and of course, up in Painan is going to be the players here from Darkness and VST Gaming looking to go toe to toe. So I'm loving the approaches coming through, but as we know, right, it's still early stages, and this is where anyone can actually jump at the opportunity to secure themselves a few early eliminations.
Absolutely. Moving on into this one, we know this is high stakes for Darkness. They need this as much as anyone else right now. They're looking to breach from those bottom 4 standings all the way into the top 16 on the overall standings, trying to make this week their absolute best performances and potentially get themselves into a little bit of Livic action as well. Who knows what that will hold, but it's all going to come down to this engagement with VST Gaming, who have been known in the past to pull off some crazy things, especially in exactly this location in Painan. So yeah, Darkness, they have a little bit of work cut out for them. They need to take down some legends.
Yeah, but I mean, Darkness also not, not really strangers when it comes to this kind of Painan play, right? So, I mean, this could potentially work out for either of these teams. As we know, both of them really up in the contention there. But one thing that we are starting to see is that there is a good showing of aggression coming in across the board. We did have a little bit of action on towards the players from 1 million not so long ago. And now we did see the players there from Triple Esports also showing up in the feed. So again, even though the teams are still relatively spread out, this is a much smaller map, and it's allowing them the opportunity to try and rake in those additional eliminations. And it does seem like VST are really hungry for those eliminations.
Oh, absolutely. They want a piece of the action. They want a piece of the pie, the darkness pie in this case. Of course, Triple Esports now finding themselves being taken apart as well by Arab Golden. In the meanwhile, VST still running a little bit of a split here. Zuxi, as we know, Zuxi can do some crazy things, and they are looking for every possible angle here. Tornado and Ghost holding this beautiful, beautiful portion of basically the northwestern angle here of Painan. While the rest of Darkness looking for that 2-2 split, looking for a pincer maneuver at this point in time. And it could pay off in dividends if they can get the timing right.
It could definitely pay off, but it's going to be a pretty high risk play, right? But high risk, high reward. But for the time being, I'm loving this approach coming through from VSC, doing their due diligence, clearing it out, building by building. Now, of course, there's going to be the opportunity for Ghost to come striking in. But this needs to be that full send to come through now from Darkness. We can see Ghost trying to deal with the threat. Leno up ahead, quickly ducking down in behind some hard cover there. But this is going to be that full send. VSC now jumping at the opportunity. They can spot Ghost. Up comes It's a Brood. Oh, there we go. First shot secured. Tornado now trying to close this one up. Quickly ducking into the building. But this is the opportunity, right? I do think the Darkness, they struck a little bit too soon. But VST definitely having the upper hand here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they've got a good line of sight onto a few members of Darkness who are isolated. Tornado going to be the first one out with the DBS, not making the connection. So VST, they will find one. They will confirm one immediately as well. Darkness now down to, unfortunately, only 2 members. As one goes down, it is all down to 7 Reef to turn it. To Zala to turn this around.
Yeah, a lot of pressure now coming through here. I mean, I'm loving the idea that Darkness had here. Unfortunately, the execution not really working out too favorably for them. But this is an absolute golden opportunity for VST, though, as they move up. Zuxi coming through with that S12K, finding that elimination. And now, the final contender left for Darkness is going to be trying to put a little bit of distance in between themselves and the rush coming through from VST. But Super Young Stars also going to come rolling on up as well. Meanwhile, up in towards that lovely bootcamp area, you can see the players here from Virtual Gaming and Leaders Esports now also starting to go toe-to-toe.
Oh, and PRZ just so down to basically a sliver of HP. Moving on in, trying to just regain themselves as they try and hold on. One round, of course, just around the corner. Looking to potentially take a piece here. As you can see, moving on closer and closer. They are taking a few shots. Just a few welcome moments here. But we'll take a look and just keep an eye out on those elimination feeds to see if anything comes from it. Super Young Stars, of course, as you mentioned, just crossing paths with 0 tolerance. But they're opting, at least for now, to try and avoid that as much as possible. Trying to just keep some good information, but stay away from the contention. Not get into any fights right now.
Yeah, that scouting party getting slightly disassembled right then and there. But all the way down in towards Camp Charlie, we still see the players here from Blackjack and Arab Golden trying to have a bit of a play around. We see Angelo pretty close to the rest of the team, and a slight bit of a split coming through as Blackjack now starts moving across. They drop close towards that dock side, now moving towards the more western edge. But there's still quite a bit of ground for them to try and cover to get themselves secured in towards that next phase. But I mean, Ilyas and the rest of the players here from Arab Golden, they're now going to be searching and looking to see if they can find where Team Blackjack is positioned.
Oh, absolutely, they need to. I mean, changing it up, definitely need to bring some action here. Angelo actually going down there to Arnix, holding a very, very good line of sight there from the top, and Coronal. Oh my goodness, what is happening here with these long distance engagements? I mean, that's a beautiful shot there towards Ban. So bit by bit, they are taking apart Arab Golden.
Yeah, and I mean, Arab Golden coming in with a 2-2 split, right? You would expect a little bit of a pincer play to be at hand here, but look at the confidence coming through now from Blackjack as they move up. It's going to be Reverb and Phonics now looking to find a little bit of an opening here. Meanwhile, Wiz is going to be trying to bring Angelo back into contention, but out comes the utilities, almost putting an immediate hold to that. The sprays come through and both of them fall, and now all the pressure is riding on Ilyas to see whether or not they can survive the onslaught being brought through by the players here of Blackjack.
Oh, and unfortunately, it's not looking too great. We'll be down to the last remaining hopeful here for Arab Golden, holding a line there just towards the southern portion of the zone. Of course, we know Leaders now still looking for that answer to one round. In the meanwhile, Knight has made a dash into that valley just up ahead of Leaders Esports. So in a very, very, very dangerous spot, but a very good opportunity. Might be the surprise that one round need to actually start taking apart Leaders or maybe start that engagement.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential now riding on this current position here, but I'm loving Knight now just trying to sneak up a little bit closer, trying to get a good ear to what is happening over towards Leaders. But of course, we are also waiting in anticipation to see where this first initial zone shift is going to be taking us. That is going to be allowing, at least for the time being, right? Leaders and one round to continue to just try and play a little bit of a sneaky peek here. As we can see, Gary Boy trying to just get a bit of an idea as to where they could be expecting those players to move through. Meanwhile, over on towards that northwestern island is going to be Mad Knight and Virtual Gaming in pretty close proximity to each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Mad Knight, a little bit more spread out, of course, but maybe this is the opportunity they need. As long as they can ensure that they're keeping those crossfires, they might be able to make something happen here with Virtual Gaming, who are looking very, very confident moving into this engagement. And they're looking to start something with Mad Knight. We'll have to keep an eye out to see if they actually are, or if they're just going to be getting information for the time being. Because again, they're in zone, so they do have an ability to focus a bit more time on this, but they open themselves up to third partying, especially with that zone shift now. They still have time in the zone. They don't have to rotate anywhere anytime soon, but they need to just manage those expectations.
Yeah, and Trifecta is going to be in play now. It is going to be Triple Esports and Zero Tolerance Skills now in pretty close proximity. But Zero Tolerance, they're going to be keeping their eyes absolutely peeled as Triple Esports look to make a little bit of a dash on towards that more northern side here. It's going to be an uphill battle, as we can see. Not the easiest position for the final two contenders to try and move on through, but they could have somewhat of a smooth sailing play, right? But they got to be careful because Desert Flame is just up ahead. Also then looking over on towards the place here from Virtual Gaming, it's going to be those shots connecting up towards Zeus, and it is going to be the Beast holding onto the high ground. And I'm loving this position though, right? I want to see Mad Knight now look to condense themselves and put up a little bit more of a defensive front against the potential advance coming through, not only from Virtual, but also then the players there from Triple Esports.
Well, that would be a very good opportunity for them, of course. Just pick up any and every elimination. Just bolster your rankings. Just pick up basically any points that you really can. Moving into this one, VST just making it into that zone. And now Super Young Stars joining this potential, at least engagement here between one round and Leaders. So hopefully one round are keeping an eye out on what's happening and they got that information. Otherwise, they might have a bit of a surprise. We do see at least one member from one round just keeping their looks, keeping their visibility open here towards this position of Super Young Stars.
Yeah, slow and steady does it, right? I mean, it's quite interesting that on the smallest map, the teams actually slowed down the proceedings, and on the largest map, they tend to speed it up. So now we look to see what is going to come through from Escanor and the rest of the place here from one round. I mean, they are currently encircled by a team on either side of them, right? We got Super Young Stars on the southern edge, as you pointed out before, but still, Leaders holding on to that northern position. And once the zone shifts, that could be the kind of deciding factor, right? That could be kicking this whole party to the next level. But I'm loving the caution coming through, right? No one wants to be the team to get found out, to get spotted out, and have those devastating blows being dealt in their direction.
No one wants to be that team, but it has to be that sacrifice. There has to be there has to be someone. It has to happen one way or another. The question is just who, and especially who on Sanhok. As we know, we've already seen two different sets of top fives in the last two maps, and now once again it's a Sanhok. So expecting a couple of things to change up, expecting some teams to really step it up. As we take a look at this, Super Young Stars, of course, running with 3 players. They are running that 1-2 split. Escanor is keeping a watchful eye on this location. Potentially has spotted out Shiro because we do see a little bit more focus. Obviously, line of sight does bow to that, but we'll see how Escanor is going to relay that information to the rest of their team. And of course, just to the northern portion of Painan, we still have Zero Tolerance here. And VST holding the line, holding a great opportunity here to pick apart VST.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking towards Zero Tolerance to see what they're going to be doing here, because they've got VSC towards the south, and then as we could also see on the map, it is going to be Wave moving in just across the waterway, right? So Zero Tolerance was a great opportunity here, but it does seem like they are focusing majority of their efforts towards the players here from VST. But that zone is creeping closer and closer, and we are going to be seeing that deciding kicker coming in anytime soon. I'm loving that position being held by Titan. Of course, the zone is going to be just closing up on itself, just allowing a continuation of the efforts up in towards this trifecta region.
Oh, we do love it. We know that there's quite a bit of craziness that happens when we move into a trifecta zone like this. The teams, some of them find themselves in the water swimming for safety. Some of them just find themselves in the perfect position to just start basically shooting fish in a barrel. So we'll see how this is going to work out. Of course, one round now, finally finding Shiro. So there is that return. Maybe they might take it further. They might not. Of course, we know this is Sanhok, but all of these teams just looking for some good eliminations. VST and Blackjack currently leading the pack, and now Super Young Stars. Ooh, they have an opportunity to take out Chico here.
Ooh, let's see. Will they get it? Yes, they do indeed. It's going to be Murd now stepping up, finding that trade. Down goes Chico. And one round. Now having to try and piece this whole play back together. But of course, there is going to be those trades coming through from Leaders Esports as well. And this is that pincer play now really coming through into fruition. As one round, trying to move in behind the Super Young Stars. But let's see, could this be the play now for one round to find that squad wipe and lock in 3 additional eliminations?
Yeah, it's tough for one round. I mean, they really had themselves spread up quite thinly between both Leaders and Super Young Stars because, I mean, they got sandwiched. There's nothing really that we can say for that. It's unfortunate that it happens from time to time, but with 2 players still left, they can turn this around, and that regroup is going to happen hopefully soon. And then they have a really good either escape plan or a line of sight here to either Super Young Stars or Leaders, maybe picking apart a third-party opportunity.
Yeah, it could definitely swing either which way, but I mean, based on what we've already been seeing happening up in bootcamp, I'm not going to be expecting to see a full-on aggressive send coming through from either of these teams. So it does seem for the time being they are going to be waiting to see where that zone's going to be going, and also just keeping a very watchful eye for any opportunities. You can see Morteza trying to pick up a sneaky trade towards the Super Young Stars. But of course, they're going to be continuing to move themselves a little bit further towards the edge, waiting to see what the zone will bring.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, on the rest of the map, we've got a few teams still out in the blue zone trying to get themselves into a better position. No surprise that we see 1 million being one of those teams, potentially with just a straggler or 2 as they make a dash. Arab Golden as well, just on the outskirts of Pine Nun, still having to find themselves a way in. As a solo, it is Ilias that is, of course, we know, holding all the dreams and hopes here for Arab Golden. And meanwhile, Leaders Esports looking to close the gap between what seems like one round. I would imagine they've kept track of those elimination feeds, so they should know that one round are potentially low on players, and maybe they're looking to really target that and capitalize on that opportunity.
Well, it could be an option, but I mean, speaking about options, right, it is going to be Blackjack looking to come strolling on in alongside the players there from VST. We also do have Ilias, our final contender there from Arab Golden, moving in from that southern edge. So let's see whether or not they'll be able to get themselves into the safety of this next phase as it now moves all the way up towards the north. Now blessing the players there from Virtual Gaming and Mad Knight. I mean, Myth this time really having to put in quite a bit of work to get themselves secured. But VST, Blackjack, now going to start scouting to try and see whether or not they can lock in a few of these plays, but also then get those rotations secured.
Oh, looking at this one, Chronal now. We've seen what Chronal can do in the past, looking to reposition themselves, maybe get a line of sight onto VST, who are trying to push onto the 2 members they know of. But of course, MG still holding the line alongside Phonics now, trying to get that res. Zuxi making a dash there with the buggy, trying to do a little bit of damage to MG, but doesn't quite find the connection just yet.
Oh, try and try again. Maybe you'll succeed. No, it's going to be MG to stop them in their tracks. Now that is going to be quite a bit of devastation being dealt onto VST and MG. Now just trying to keep up the position. Up comes that blue zone. It is going to impact the performance of these players. You can see Blackjack now having to cover quite a bit of ground to get themselves secured into this next phase. Of course, Reverb trying to move on up. MG not budging just yet, but is going to send out a little bit of that utility, trying to secure some form of a knock. Oh! But there we go now. Up comes the push. It's going to be It's a Boot trying to rush on forward. That first knock has come in. Reverb on the defensive, trying to defend Phoenix. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to lock this one in, but Fivo is still up ahead. Up comes the push. MG now almost having a clear line of sight here. Is it going to be a nade? No, it's going to be a little bit of elevation. Just here over this boulder. Oh, VST now feeling the pressure as Blackjack moves in. MG waiting for the opportunity. Even Fivo right in front of him.
Reaver back from the knocks and now looking to really help out the squad here. Fivo, last remaining member, holding that S12. And
Ooh.
it's going to be the peak and instant confirmation here coming through from MG. As we do see VST sending back to the lobby alongside Arab Golden, of course, who were just before them. Unfortunately, not finding what they were looking for. But Blackjack Esports now, even with their 7 eliminations, they need to make a dash for just that northern portion, that northern island, and get themselves situated within the zone. We see Mad Knight and 1 million now, also finding one another.
Yeah, but you're also going to add, Wave, 0 tolerance, and 1 round over on towards the southern edge. I mean, Wave not really being aware that there are 2 teams just over on towards the eastern position. Instead, they're going to be looking to get themselves just ahead. 0 tolerance, meanwhile, going to be using those rocks to pop up and find the sprays on towards 1 round. Escanor trying to keep up the defensive line, but it's not going to play out in their favor as 0 tolerance steps up and wipes them off of Sanhok. Now, down to 11 teams we go. Super Young Stars also going to be looking to apply a little bit of pressure towards 0 tolerance. But looking just on towards the edge, Triple Esports, Wave, everyone are having so much ground to cover.
Yeah, it's not going to stop anytime soon. You still got 10 teams in this fifth phase. 0 tolerance with 2 knocked, and at least, at the very, very least, still 1 alive, looking to keep it up. Now, Wave Esports holding a very good line of sight onto 0 tolerance, but they need to keep aware that Triple Esports could be just behind them. So they're going to send at least 1 out to get those confirmations. It is going to be, of course, it's D3S. Oh, and actually joined by Rhino to try and get those confirmations. The whole squad's here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a group effort, right? But of course, we can see those sprays coming through. Paradox not backing off just yet. Instead, is going to be trying to fire in a little bit of that ranged assault. But it's not really working out too favorably for them. Meanwhile, Wave now takes the opportunity to get themselves repositioned back in towards the zone. Moving up, coming in from the southern edge. But this is where things will get super risky because we've got Mad Knight up on the high ground. And then, of course, the players here from Virtual Gaming just looking to kind of halt any potential rotations.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Virtual Gaming just happy to step up alongside Wave. Zakaria now down and out. Desert Flame just behind them. An opportunity maybe on later on as they move into the zone to really capitalize on this opportunity. One shot setting out some beautiful nades, making some great connections onto Rhino. But up comes Leaders Esports now looking to topple the throne, looking to take this position away from Virtual Gaming.
Oh, I mean, this is going to be a super contentious play indeed. But with that, it is going to be the fall of Wave Esports. Now, moving up, you can see it is going to be Virtual Gaming. One shot, cooking up the nade. You can hear the footsteps up ahead. No clear line of sight just yet. But this is still that opportunity for Leaders to try and maybe show a little bit of extra aggression, as there could be quite a few distractions, right? Desert Flame, Mad Knight fighting for possession up on the high ground here. Neither team secured in zone. Look at the nade. It goes out, finds the knock onto 6. And this is the opportunity now for Mad Knight to come rushing straight on forward. Tyson and the rest of the crew going to be rolling up. It is up to Buden and Flacco. Oh, up comes the hits, the trades. Flacco quickly ducking down, but the beast not done just yet. Is going to come through with the sprays, gets dealt by Flacco, but down they go. Desert Flame getting snuffed right on out.
Yeah, Mad Knight moving on in with the prime bait and switch, making sure that Desert Flame didn't have any time whatsoever to react to all of them, really utilizing their numbers. But now Leaders Esports, well, they need to utilize whatever they absolutely can, because that zone is coming on through. They're getting applied pressure not only by Virtual Gaming, but Triple Esports now reaching across as well. This is not looking so good for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a really hairy fight to the finish. As we can see, 4 teams secured pretty close to the zone. Leaders now feeling a lot of that pressure as they face off against Virtual Gaming, who will reign supreme for a little while longer. Now turning their attention onto Mad Knight. Tyson almost getting traded right there. But Wiskola on the defensive line, picking up a bit of a nade. But neither of these teams having secured themselves a position moving into this next phase.
No. There hasn't been any time, DK. We've only been fighting teams after teams, trying to find a little bit of space. And now we take a look at it. Still technically 5 teams involved in this this final zone. But of course, we know it's Myth and 1 million that are out in the blue, just trying to heal off and trying to stay alive. In the meanwhile, Virtual Gaming looking for that angle on towards Mad Knight here. But of course, we know as soon as they take that dash, as soon as they just peek up just a little too far, they open themselves up to Triple Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely, they have the numbers advantage right here, right? So they could look to capitalize on that, but it is still going to be a very challenging play, whichever way you look at it. And now they're trying to capitalize on that slight bit of elevation. Mad Knight now feeling the sting come through as the blue zone is pushing forward. Is Farok to reach from all the way across the zone. Finding the sprays, but down they go. Gaddafi now rushing forward, trying to find Tyson. They succeed, but super low on the health loss. Triple Esports reduced down to Vibe 7. With that, the knock comes in, and that is going to be the players from Virtual Gaming securing themselves the zone, with Senke clutching that second place for 1 million. That blue zone hill strat really doing amazing things, but what a beautiful victory that is coming through for Virtual. 10 eliminations to their name.
Oh, picking up that 25 points a game. Absolutely phenomenal from our previous season winners. Moving on in, showing why they were the previous season champions and why they deserve to be here once again. And hey, once again, other than 1 million and basically Virtual Gaming, we are starting to, see a little bit of a shift in that top 5 placement. I mean, Mad Knight making a great approach there. Even Desert Flame, once again, getting very close into those final phases, but it's constantly shifting up, and as we know, Sanhok absolutely stacked with the chaos, so it's no surprise that there was some teams really having to step it up.
Yeah, some really satisfying PUBG action coming through, but of course, before we get into our match breakdown and all of that, we are going to be jumping into a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with you in a short few moments.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Match 3 just concluded. That was over on Sanhok, and of course, in true PUBG fashion, there was a lot of chaos coming through as the team stepped out into the jungle. Of course, we did see some pretty phenomenal performances with, a few surprising twists as well.
Absolutely. Jumping on into those final moments, Virtual Gaming really had to fight tooth and nail for their position into the final phase and for their winner chicken dinner. Nonetheless, picking up 25 points. That was a fantastic performance from them. And so far, a pretty consistent performance from Virtual Gaming, even from the first game to the second game. I think they really are making a statement on this first day, jumping in and showcasing a different level of energy we saw in the previous weeks.
Yeah, of course, let's take a look at those match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure. Virtual Gaming squad, as we can see, locked in on 25, as you said. So as those 10 eliminations, doing some very favorable things for them. But of course, on their heels, we see 1 million on 15 with Mad Knight. And of course, Triple Esports right there alongside them. Then we see Zero Tolerance Skills and Blackjack. Both teams coming in with 7 eliminations apiece. And I'm really liking the kind of effort that we are seeing from the teams, right? Really stepping up the challenge here today. And looking to make this week one to remember.
Yeah, I mean, moving in from Miramar, Blackjack, as we know, they found themselves in those top 4 placements. Team Myth, they found themselves being the winner chicken dinner winners, and Leaders even also involved in that top 3 placement on Miramar. So some great consistency coming through from these teams. As we said, you don't always need those crazy games. If you can just manage to pick up some semblance of consistent points, moving in map from map, it really does tally up at the end of the week, and really does give you a good opportunity to potentially take place in a little bit of that Livic action. But of course, you know, that is the first page of action on Sanhok. We can take a look at the second page to see how some of the teams may have liked to better their current standings, but Desert Flame and Wave Esports picking up a good number of eliminations alongside VST.
Yeah, definitely picking up some really decent numbers right there. But we can see, you know, a little bit of a change up there from Titan Gaming. Also, not
Ooh.
having the most favorable run, but, you know, it's not like they're really worried at this point in time. They've got more than enough points.
Too much.
Yes. But what's a little bit saddening is that we saw Darkness, right? Not having a very opportune play here. Again, we're going to be looking to see that additional improvement come through. I mean, they've been showing a few glimmers of that in the first and the second, well, you know, in the previous games. But we want to see that continuation. We want to see the continual rise for the teams to come through and keep the contention as high as they can find it.
Yeah, the pressure's definitely on teams like Darkness, Desert Flame, as we keep mentioning, to really put their best foot forwards in this final week of league play, because next week we're into the finals, and only the top 16 are going to be joining us for those crazy games. So the teams really need to give that last final push. And again, it's just good to see that even with those stakes being the way that they are, even with the pressure really rising to the occasion, we have the teams still taking that presence of mind and still calming things down and saying, okay, we understand it's stressful, but we're still going to play our game. We're still going to stick to the strategies and stratagems we've used in the past that have worked out the best for us.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely got to show to the persistence that these teams can bring on through, right? We also are going to be taking a look at the overall rankings pretty soon, just to see kind of what all the efforts have accumulated on for the team so far, right? Because we know we've played through the first map, we've played through the second, with a few of those lovely changes coming in. Now, of course, having concluded our third match, it is that continual change, right? So we still have 2 more matches to go. And I'm curious to see who's going to be those next few teams to rise to the occasion, right? Bring in those extra few change-ups. And of course, to give you an idea of what just happened, we are going to be taking a look at a few of these beautiful highlights from the action over on Sanhok.
Yeah, we really can't believe that it's already been 3 maps, but these teams have been pushing the envelopes. Moving on in, Stupid Young Stars, they really had to step up here towards one round, who initially looked like they had all of the cards. Even this final moment here with DST and Blackjack Esports really saw the teams going tooth and nail into those final moments and really having to step up as Vortex did there for those final moments. So the teams, they just keep surprising us. I mean, the one minute you think, oh no, it's Desert Flame, the next minute all of a sudden it's Mad Night or Virtual Gaming taking that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, some glorious results coming through right there, but I'm loving the focus that is being shown. I mean, definitely, Desert Flame also looking to shake things up quite a bit, as we saw there. Some really good defensive strategies being utilized, but having concluded Sanhok, right, that then means next up, we are going to be moving over on towards Miramar for a little bit of that desert action. So as we know, we did see the players from Team Myth come in with some very surprising stratagems, right? Being a zone blessed, zone after zone after zone, so much so that they got the winner chicken dinner. But now as we move in towards the next one, we look to see what the teams are going to be bringing and whether or not a team like Myth could be blessed again. But as we know, right, Team Myth, they're not going to be playing in this match, so we know the answer to that one is no. But will we have another team really reading the zone to that level?
And that's all. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. We've had it happen once or twice before, but I don't think to the level that Myth brought it into those final moments. I think they had like 6 or 7 zones that blessed them. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yep. And this Miramar should be really good opportunity for some of the teams to step it up and once again just showcase what changes they've brought in thanks to this week of rest.
Well, of course, we don't have to wait any longer, as we are going to be jumping straight into Miramar to see what the flight path is going to bring on through. Of course, we can see it. Well, this looks like the western side, right? Moving up, looking to find a bit of an approach here. Not too far from what we had in our first half, right? First and a half Miramar of the day. But again, a rather southern flight path, close to center, so it's not going to be too disruptive for the teams. But it's all going to be riding on what that zone's going to bring, right? Are we going to have a complementary zone once again, or is it going to be something a little bit wacky?
A little bit crazy. Maybe bringing in something a little silly. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Some of the teams, of course, they're going to be going to their usual spots. We see Titans already making a dash for that Menes del Sur, Los Lejigos, those maybe even Menes del Val positions, setting themselves up quite nicely. Darkness once again heading towards Impala. Zero Tolerance also sticking around a little bit longer than normally they would. Maybe going for the vehicles. Maybe still going to be heading towards the northern portion. But again, as you've mentioned, the zone, very familiar for today. Is the zone going to be following suit, or is it just the flight path that is going to be teasing us?
Ooh. Well,
Okay.
the answer is no, right? It's going to be a very,
on.
very comfortable zone, and it's actually the exact zone that we had on the previous Miramar, right? Very, 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 very similar. I mean, it might be off by like a meter or two. So it's going to be curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing through, of course. Legends of War, Seoul Esports are going to be opting straight down in towards Los Leones, which is nothing out of the ordinary. But now we look to the teams towards the northern side, right, to see what they're going to be doing, as we do have a little bit of that congestion now happening towards Zero Tolerance. Players there coming through from Wave, as well as, well, who else is there? One Round also in the mix. So I'm loving what the teams are bringing out right in towards that Minas Generales position.
Some good opportunities here. Also, Super Young Stars opting for a little bit more of an in-zone opportunity. Maybe they might go there towards Al Azhar, but not as extensive as that Campo Militar area. You know, they're still keeping it within the boundary of the zone. So, taking a look at the rest of the teams, of course, nothing too crazy that has really happened. We do see Arab Golden now opting for that El Pozo region alongside Lag, which is interesting. Of course, One Round holding a good position here, right alongside at least one member here of Wave Esports. So curious to see if Wave is going to be actually rotating to try and bring in the cavalry, or if Rhino is going to have to just be left to their own devices to see how they can get themselves out.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot riding on Rhino's position right here. As we can see, also not a lot of loot, right? Not a lot of options, really, for them to gather any of that. But we are going to be having Zero Tolerance, One Round, and Wave, so it's a little bit of a triangle of interesting things to come through. Can't really say which one it's going to be just yet, but it is going to be Skydo now starting to move up as well. So I'm liking the way that this is starting to unfold.
Oh, absolutely. Looking at this, just a little bit of a 1v1v1. Potentially, as the rest of the teams are still moving on in to try and back up their respective teammates. Skydo in particular looking in some dangerous positions here, just nestled in between the teams, or the players rather, of One Round, and Rhino in a similar position until the rest of their team can make a dash for the backup here. And as we hold this line, it's going to come down to who's going to pick up first, who's going to be making their moves first, who's going to be feeling comfortable to start that engagement.
Yeah, they're going to play a game of whose line is it anyway, right? But for the time being, it's that standoff coming through. We got Knight on the approach. We got Zakaria also on the approach. And the only kind of isolated play at this point in time is going to be Skydo. So let's see whether or not Skydo can keep up the expectations. Oh, it's going to be Chico to spot them and Knight to close it off right then and there. Beautiful push coming through here from One Round. But it could potentially be short-lived because Wave is also now starting to move even closer.
Oh, it's going to be a bit of a problem now. If we can see Zakaria taking a nice opportunity, just a good angle just behind some of the members here of One Round. And this could be crucial for Wave, right? They've got Rhino in the compound, which One Round know of. They have that information. They will be focusing towards One Round, but they're not necessarily aware of the rest of Wave, especially not Zakaria's position. So when the things, you know, when things get heated, this could be the flanking opportunity they need.
Yeah, when things go south, it could go west, right? So let's see where it goes. I mean, Wave going to be holding on to the position. Oh, I'm loving this little peek coming through here, but unfortunately, Rhino not finding the opportune angles, and it is going to be the players now, Knight and Chico, to be able to move even further forward. Instead, now applying quite a bit of pressure. Oh, the utilities raining down once again, but I'm liking this position being held here by D3S and Bruti as they keep the defensive angles. Knight getting spotted out. It is going to be Rhino trying to bring in that jump shot. And of course, Brute Heat now just to lock it up. But still, Chico pretty much in contention. Oh, but look at Wave dealing the devastation right down onto one round.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one indeed. Moving on into this one round, I can absolutely guarantee. Did not think that this is going to turn out the way that it did. They had so much in their hands. They had so much opportunity lying in wait for them that turnaround from Wave Esports, just the way that they played that was so beautiful. The execution. If I was one round, I'd be shocked. I would be sitting still trying to understand what just happened. How did this even happen in the first place? But the rest of the teams, in the meanwhile, they're not going to let anything stop them from moving into the zone and getting themselves much better situated. Maybe similar to where one round and Wave Esports find themselves. We can see leaders just to the southern point of those two teams. They're closer towards La Bendita, so they're not really in any danger of having some company anytime soon.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at that performance that we just had come through from Wave, it's not all too surprising, right? Because we know in the first and the second week, they've been able to show quite a good amount of consistency across the board, right? Still keeping up the pressure, ensuring that they finish well both times, right? So the first week we had finishing well in that top 7, but then game second week, things were a little bit more tough. You know, as we know, all the teams kind of just rose with regards to their level of performances. But I'm going to be looking to see whether or not Wave are going to be looking to kind of fix, you know, some of the plays that they had, some of the situations they had coming through in that second week. Already, starting off with this amount of aggression we've been seeing from them, it could be a great start.
Oh, good opportunities here indeed. But I also do like the position that we do see the teams like Leaders Esports finding themselves in. We mentioned earlier, you know, that they were there towards La Bendita. They pretty much center zone other than one round and Wave, right? So they're holding a really good opportunity. They were the first to find themselves there, and they've set themselves up so beautifully that they can just sit on those ridge lines, wait for the teams to move on in, and potentially get a couple of early eliminations. Zero Tolerance and Darkness, on the other hand, are also trying to situate themselves a little bit closer to that opposition, so when the zone shift comes in, you know, they have the best chances they possibly can. But the rest of the teams, like Storm, Slimeful KT, Arab Golden, Lag, VST, Titans, unsurprisingly, they still need to get themselves into zone, and so far, thankfully for them, everyone's pretty much so centered that those outer edges are just open and up for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, that is a little bit of a saving grace, I would guess, right? I mean, but you could also maybe say Storm is a team in and of themselves, right? Based on what we've seen come through from Storm before. But it is going to be up to the players here now from Legends of War, moving into a very centralized position, right? There is a little bit of occupation in the vicinity, so they need to be careful, but we've seen the compounds that they just chose to rotate in towards being some very highly sought after compounds, especially with the zone being what it is at this current moment. But Blue Zone is going to be moving forward, and this is where we get to see whether or not the teams can continue with their efforts or if they need to adjust accordingly. And the answer to that is going to be no, right? They can just continue on with the efforts and just look to improve their positions even more so.
Ooh, good opportunity for the teams that really favored that central position and that early rotation. Now we can see the rest of the teams still comfortably having to make a shift. I'm not really worried about Titans. I'm not worried about VST. I maybe would be a bit concerned for Super Young Stars, depending on where they want to go into that zone, and of course where Zero Tolerance eventually try to situate themselves. Even that northern portion, at least for the beginning parts for Arab Golden, you know, Slimeful KT, and even Lag, it's looking pretty open. They still have some early, I would say, peace, trying to just get themselves into the zone, and then they can try and navigate. They can get information. They can take it further. That's up to them. I don't have to do that, thankfully. But that center point of zone is going to be so clustered that, again, I am just keeping an eye on some of the teams that set themselves up early, like Leaders.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about the clusters, there's also going to be Desert Flame and Wave now, who are pretty clustered onto each other, right? Looking to kind of push this altercation to the next level. You can see them just on the edge of the crater. Oh, beautiful nade getting sent in. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is going to be D3S to get found out. And now all the pressure turns on towards Broti. Oh, but up comes a beautiful defensive play. Let's see whether or not they can lock it down. Oh, yes, 2 down, and up comes DWAS to save the day. And with that, send the players from Wave right back from whence they came.
Right back to the lobby, unfortunately. So this is Flame, good opposition from them, picking up 4 eliminations. That's going to be huge, right? This is going to be an opportunity for Desert Flame to take it even further. Now, the opposition, such as Slime 4KT, they need to find their opportunities here towards this northern portion of the zone. Seoul Esports, on the other hand, they are very close to that central cluster of chaos that we see a lot of the teams just absolutely gunning for, trying to get themselves situated for this next zone. But maybe this provides the opportunity for them to pick up the eliminations they've been looking for.
Ooh, indeed. I mean, it could definitely be. Look at Shero crashing, just flipping that buggy all over the place. Very, very interesting, dynamics with these vehicles as the teams continue to rotate further and further onwards. I'm actually feeling quite relaxed for the Super Young Stars. I mean, well, that was on their first initial approach, heading towards that eastern side, but now it looks like they're turning their attention a little bit more inward, and that could actually result in them pulling in alongside the players here from Zero Tolerance. We can see off in the distance, but those health bars already taking a little bit of a knock, as we can see Paradox not looking too ideal. But it's now going to come down to what Super Young Stars are going to be bringing forward, right? Are they going to be scanning the vicinity, waiting for those pixels to get spotted out, and then maybe mount an assault? Or are they just going to be hanging around on that edge, waiting to see where the next phase is going to be taking them?
Ooh, a couple of questions that we need to ask ourselves as well. But what I'm also worried about, at least just for the time being, is the way that Darkness is holding their position, right? Again, they're nicely centered and left alone for the time being, but looking at all the teams that are surrounding their position, I would be a little bit concerned. We have Super Young Stars, we have Virtual Gaming, we've got Zero Tolerance, we've got leaders that are all around Darkness. And Darkness are, they're not staying quiet. They are looking for those eliminations. They are very happy to let everyone know about their position. And now, unfortunately, that means they have to rotate with their positions known.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really, really tough rotation indeed, as we can see that zone moving a little bit further on towards that more western side. And this is going to be shaking up quite a few plays. I mean, but Arab Golden, Slime 4KT, they're not going to be all two-faced, right? They still got a very, very comfortable position. But I'm curious to see who's going to be taking those hillsides just towards the eastern side of Picado, because that will still provide a very good vantage point, at least for the surrounding area. And it does seem like VST is going to be one of those teams to take the plunge and get themselves situated right there.
Ooh, okay, so as we take a look at this Nossa now, setting themselves up quite nicely with that care package. Not going to be too upset with that one. Gaddafi, unfortunately, is going to get a bit of a surprise as Puncher just literally punches on through and finds that first elimination towards Virtual Gaming. As the rest of the squad pulls on through, they're not going to be able to do anything really to Titans at this moment in time, because they're going to be taking this fight not only at a disadvantage with the height, but they're also outside of zone. They need to focus on getting rotations into safety.
Yeah, there's a lot of focus that now needs to be brought in. And I mean, looking at what we have developing on this eastern side, it is going to be an absolute hornet's nest of players scattered all throughout. Of course, Messi is going to be falling there to the shots coming through from Mowing. So Legends of War keeping that contention up. But Gary Boy also now pushing straight on forward, getting found out, and it is going to be the Super Young Stars now trying to at least secure their position while they have this major influx of teams moving in around them. Mort now, however, not going to be as fortunate, as they also then get knocked down, and Nossa trying to hold on alongside Shero, looking to bring in that extra continuation.
Trying to hold on to anything and everything they possibly can. Now Mort going down, Carry Boy going down as well. It is an immediate trade between these two teams. So it's, at least for the most part, still pretty even as Super Young Stars hold on, even though they've got that numbers disadvantage, holding great opportunities here. But as we know, some teams now jumping into the action. Seoul Esports trying to take a piece here of Super Young Stars is going to be applying that pressure that they weren't really looking for at any point in time, but that can easily be shifted to leaders. So they also need to be very, very careful. Seoul Esports now, YC making a trip down the hilltop.
Ooh!
Ow.
Yeah, normally it works when you do that with the vehicle, but that wasn't the case right there. Of course, it is going to be Morteza now trying to pick up a few of the trades, focusing their efforts on towards the Super Young Stars, but Omar also going to be jumping at the opportunity. Fortunately, Nossa is able to make a quick break, falling back into that hard cover. But we are yet to see what the players there from Legends of War are going to be doing with that particular position. Of course, Titans moving up alongside the players there from Soul, as we can see over on towards that eastern side, but the zone now taking a very aggressive shift all the way
Ooh.
to that far western side. And of course, this is going to be that opportune moment for virtual gaming to get themselves situated.
I was just about to say they've had to make such a long-winded rotation to get themselves out of harm's way, to get themselves into safety. Now the zone just being that extra bit of blessing, getting themselves into, well, just the better position than anyone else, really. Now Pronto making a dash here for Vortex, trying to get that confirmation, is going to find the knock, so that is a great opportunity here for Slime for KT, but that zone is going to be chunking the HPs of the respective members here. And now, I'm not even sure if they'll be able to get that recovery going, but we'll have to wait and see if it's going to happen. Meanwhile, One Round and Desert Flame have somewhat found each other here.
Yeah, it is going to be Buren to keep a very close eye on the advance coming through here from Slime 4KT. Jumps at the opportunity to trade up Storm. Down they go. Now Plaza also positioned up ahead. But Goa in the meantime has made a bit of a break towards that zone. Escanor now for One Round going to be holding a steady play, right? They know they're the final player. They have to play with a lot of caution. But Plaza are going to be trying to get themselves in a little bit more of a favorable setup. That blue zone is not going to be allowing too much of their continuation to come through. But there's the Flame now, opting into the vehicles. Let's see, are they going to push towards zone, or are they going to go in hot pursuit? Slime 4KT.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough question. Escanor now stepping up as that distraction, and that's going to allow Slime 4KT to get out of the harm's way. And meanwhile, Buden actually going down to Escanor now means Desert Flame need to make a decision. They're not going to be able to get back in time, so they're just going to have to just live with one player knocked and unfortunately left behind. Super Young Stars, in the meanwhile, have been sent back into the lobby by none other than Darkness, so that's a great opportunity for them.
Yeah, definitely a few great players coming through here, but of course, look at this now. It is going to be the players from Triple Esports locking it in, applying the pressure, and with that, making it quite challenging now for Titans. Teak is going to be the final hopeful, right here on the very edge. But Teak facing a few of their own demons, right? We've got Soul Esports up ahead, Darkness rotating off in the distance, but that blue zone is catching up and is going to be eating away at their health bars. Omar and the rest of the crew here from Soul also going to be turning their efforts instead to the rotation, aside from trying to find those traits. Darkness, however, now going to be striking down as 7 Reef gets found out, and M7MD holding up just ahead.
Oh, holding great opportunities here. Darkness, once again, they're picking up elimination after elimination, so now up to 3 they go, and they still find themselves within the zone. Great opportunity. If they can hold on to this, this could be what we've been waiting for. Now, in the meanwhile, Titans looking for that revenge. It's Teak, the last remaining member here. And now they need to make a decision on how they want to handle these possible engagements.
Well, I mean, quite a bit of a decision that has to be made there for Teak. I mean, maybe Darkness could help them resolve that decision. As we can see, Teak now trying to make a quick dash for it. Just stopping alongside the players here from Darkness, but Soul also on the approach. One Round Escanor also just off in the distance, yet to make that push. Look at the positions now being held, right? Very, very challenging zone as these teams get closer and closer together.
Absolutely. This is going to be crazy, especially coming through from this eastern portion of the zone. Teams after teams after teams had to be forced into this position because of that shift that we saw coming on through. But Virtual Gaming, look at them, centered zone, and once again, Zone Blessed holding some of the very, very few compounds left into this next zone. Escanor does go down, unfortunately. Moving once again, just keeping their heads on a swivel. But Darkness, they are still looking for a bit more.
Yeah, well, I can't really blame them. Of course, already having a good taste of some pretty crazy action. It is going to be Omar, though, to find the hit on towards Tornado as they're trying to secure at least a little bit more of a continuation now for Soul Esports. Ghost trying to find the play there. Spots out Omar.
Ooh.
Down they go. It now all turns to only Rauf, the final hopeful for Soul Esports. But Darkness also now facing a little bit of a challenge, right? They need to decide, are they going to push for zone, or are they going to try and lock down the edge? I mean, ideally, we'd like to see them rotate into the safety of that next phase. But it's going to come down to first come, first serve, right? Up towards the north, it is Slime 4KT's final hopeful, now trying to bring in a little bit of a sustainability here. Of course, VST also going to be rolling on through. And this is what makes the whole situation just so challenging. Oh, look at the drive-by shooting!
It is Slime for KT holding on to anything and everything they can, hoping. Oh my goodness, Pivo, just hold on there. Taking a look at what the other teams are doing. Darkness, of course, making an approach into the zone right alongside Virtual Gaming, unfortunately. As we know, Virtual Gaming, one of the first teams to find themselves in this position, and one shot out into a little bit of danger here as Darkness does make their presence known. But now these two teams have to compete for this portion of the zone, at least before Legends of War jump on in.
Well, let's see where this is going to go. Oh, one shot going to be a rolling down the hill shot, but it is going to be Power Boy to get found out and trade it down. Ghost now looking to ride the storm as much as they can. Let's see, could this be on the cards? Could this be this bounce back from Darkness that we've been waiting for? Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming very much secured over towards that southern edge of zone, right? You got Zeus, Alpha Luigi, one shot looking absolutely phenomenal. But we are yet to see what play they're going to bring on through. Of course, VST also going to be trying to make a bit of a stand here as they're moving in towards that northern territory. They got Lag, as well as Legends of War Lashin moving up. So could Lashin find that angle? Very isolated. Not a lot of hope. Not a lot of angles. They've already been found out. Oh, that extra bit of nade now dealing quite a bit of damage. Up comes the rush, and it is going to be Zuxi to close it out as the players there now make their way on back, and it is the end of the road for Legends of War.
We can see a few of the teams just trying to take out some of the competitors. As we know, you can't leave Virtual Gaming to whatever they want to do in these final moments. They will find a perfect way to execute those final portions of the zone and potentially take that winner chicken dinner. Once again, they find themselves at least partially zone blessed. But of course, one shot left out onto the outskirts, just keeping a watchful eye on Darkness, who don't seem to know that one shot is in this position. They're not keeping an eye on this. So this could be a great opportunity for Virtual Gaming. Some huge eliminations.
Yeah, it could be definitely exactly what they need, right? But now, Darkness, they need to make the decision. Are they going to push or are they going to stay? You can see Tornado, the rest of the crew now just inching their way a little bit further forward, trying to pull in alongside Virtual. But, as you said before, right, Zeus already setting up that anchor point. And now as we turn back on towards the north, it is going to be Lag and VST. So going toe-to-toe, but it is going to be Lag to fall as VST secures their 6th elimination. So two teams now riding on glory right here, right? Darkness, VST looking absolutely phenomenal with regards to those, not only the eliminations, but also the amount of players they still got up and kicking.
We know Darkness had to fall short, unfortunately, on Sanhok 2, VST in particular, so they're keeping a watchful eye on their competitors, but potentially their nemesis. But meanwhile, Alpha Luigi finding Ghost there towards Darkness's position. And again, Darkness now unfortunately being forced out of the zone. They still need to find a pathing into safety. And meanwhile, VST here with Arab Golden towards the northern portion of the zone, fighting for control as they move into the later phase.
Oh, but let's see how this one then pans out for them, of course. The players there from Virtual Gaming already having at least that southern position kind of covered, right? But now it is going to be the fight for the north. Arab Gold and VST looking to go toe-to-toe. We got Angelo, Ban, and the rest of the team now just trying to line themselves up. Looking to see if they can find anything to happen on this front. But you can see those line of sights now expanding all the way towards the southern edge. And this is what makes this entire zone so challenging. But Darkness now going to come rushing on forward. They do find the angle there on towards one shot. And now it all turns to Alpha Luigi and Zeus to piece it back together.
Moving on into this one, Alpha Luigi making a dash into safety, but is it a wave of Tornado stepping on up, providing that damage? Now both sides having to just recover their losses, recover their numbers, get themselves back up and running. They find themselves in the zone, but VST and Arab Golden still fighting for control of that northern portion, and VST now looking for that final push.
Oh, up they come, VST trying to lay it on thick, but it's going to be Arab Golden now ready to defend their honor. It is up to Wiz. It's going to be a 1v3 situation. It's a boot now about to get rest on up. The rest of the crew now moving into position, trying to get this position under lockdown. Ban quite exposed. There could be a little bit of a saving grace. It's going to be Zuxi now to push on forward alongside Fivo. Let's see. Are they going to take the plunge and potentially find Arab Golden? Up comes Zuxi. Oh, there we go. Easy strafing. Quick trade. And down they go. Arab Golden getting sent out in 4th position.
And it's not going to stop anytime soon. It's darkness now that are unfortunately feeling the wrath of Alpha Luigi as he comes on through with a 3-man spray down. I mean, some assistance was provided, of course, but it's still going to be down to VST with 4 up against Virtual Gaming with 3 into this final zone. And of course, VST holding great positioning within the zone.
Yeah, VST looking absolutely phenomenal. Already 10 eliminations under their belt. A potential few more up for grabs, right? They could make it all the way up to 13, but it's going to be Virtual Gaming squad that they're going up against. It's not the easiest circumstances for them to be playing in, but they do have that zone looking quite favorable for them. And now as the blue zone is a few minutes away, or minute and a bit of change away from closing up once again, we do see Zeus just sneaking up on the edge, trying to get the jump on VST, but Fivo already now having the spider senses tingling that something is about to happen. Oh, that molly just dropping right in front of them. Fortunately, they've got Zuxi there to provide a little bit of a helping hand. Just keep that morale as high as they can find it. Alpha Luigi and one shot. Meanwhile, going to be opting for a little bit more of an eastern rotation, trying to spread out positionings available to them. But VSC now trying to assert their dominance, moving forward, but not finding the angles just yet.
Virtual Gaming, they're down on numbers, so what they need is information. Spreading on out, trying to regroup, trying to just keep as much as they can in their control. And now looking at this, it's Fivo and Zuxi holding that 2-2 split alongside Adleno and Itzabud. And Zeus, again, in a good position here, can step up, but it's just gonna come down to that timing. If they can step up in that exact moment when that bait and switch can happen between themselves and Alpha Luigi, then we're talking about an opportunity here for Virtual Gaming to start taking away the number advantage that VST hold.
It is going to be a pretty tall order, though. I mean, I have to agree with you. They definitely need to try and play these positionings as best they can. But Adleno now trying to bring that vehicle a little bit further on forward. That could be adding to that bait play that they're opting for. You can see that slow, steady approach, right? Virtual Gaming not going to be trying to expose themselves unnecessarily. Meanwhile, it's going to be Zeus now trying to set up a bit of an ambush. But Fivo knows that there's someone just up ahead. And now they know that Virtual Gaming have no other option. They need to push right towards them because that's where the zone has shifted. And it's going to be 30 seconds left on the clock to see what the play will be. And it is going to be an absolute show of carnage now as that first knock comes through onto Zuxi. Fivo trying to replicate the efforts. Will they be able to play a defensive angle though?
Oh, this is going to be the final moment here. Virtual Gaming literally on fire, not in the way that they were looking for. Vivo going to be the next to step up, but it is going to be the way of VST to take that winner chicken dinner and to absolutely reign supreme with those 13 eliminations. So fantastic work from VST to once again step it up and to showcase why they were so scary in that first week of play.
Oh. I mean, VST just holding strong, right? Getting into those close quarter altercations and really just keeping it so tight. I mean, you gotta love it. Those 13 eliminations looking really fantastic alongside their name. What a way to go. But of course, Virtual Gaming also putting up quite a bit of a front. So it wasn't the easiest turn of events for them really to lock in that winner chicken dinner.
No, it was really tough. I mean, odds were really stacked against Virtual Gaming there towards those final moments, but picking up some good eliminations, stepping up and making a bit of a difference and a bit of an obstacle that VST had to climb, absolutely. And I mean, again, all the way up to that, they had to fight through such a number of teams.
Yeah, and of course, we are going to be jumping into a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back with the match breakdown.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, we'd definitely be higher than me.
hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure. What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, listen to Ultimate Arena.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back to this first day of our final week of League Day right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, quite a bit of action already happening out on the battlefield today. We've concluded our fourth match over on Miramar, in which we saw the players there from VST Gaming stepping up with a glorious victory coming through. And of course, just to showcase how many points all the teams were able to lock in, we are going to be moving into the match rankings. Of course, 28 points being brought in there by VST.
Ooh, that is quite a bit of points today. Those 13 eliminations really put themselves to work. And of course, I think Titans were the last team to pick up those amount of eliminations today so far. So a massive, massive shift here from VST. Great to see them on the side of the page. Darkness as well as Virtual Gaming making a fantastic support and performance there to the top 3. Joined by Arab Golden coming through in 4th place with 11 points. So a very good jump from especially Darkness and Arab Golden once again. Consistency, finding themselves in these great positions, picking up fantastic points. So I'm very curious to see how those overall rankings are going to look like at the end of today. But of course, we know for some of the teams, they have played all 4 of their matches, so they would have picked up as many points as they possibly could. Virtual Gaming is going to be one of those teams. So hopefully they are quite happy with their performances today. I think they've been really good and consistent.
Yep, definitely been pretty consistent. Of course, the consistency continues on the second page. You can see Titan Gaming, Triple Esports, Seoul Esports sitting on 4 points apiece with 1 round and Wave coming in with those 3 points. Then, of course, we got leaders as well as the Super Young Stars occupying that 14th and 15th place. But surprisingly, Zero Tolerance walking away with 0 points for this match. And, you know, they might have a bit of an opportunity as we move into our final match of the day to try and rectify those efforts. As we know, we are going to be seeing them over on Erangel. So it's going to be quite exciting to see what the teams will be bringing forward as we progress into that final match.
We can obviously take a look at those fantastic highlights from the previous map that we just witnessed coming through for VST's winner chicken dinner. But of course, it started off with 1 round being such a surprise for Desert Flame just moving on in. Unfortunately, Eskinol couldn't take that even further, but Darkness, again, this is going to show why they're finding themselves in the position, just picking apart anyone and everyone they could find. Unfortunately, they did have to go up against Virtual Gaming in a very awkward exchange on that ridgeline, not having a lot of cover to work with. So that's really where they unfortunately saw their end, but it was a fantastic showing from teams like VST and Arab Golden, moving in, picking up some great consistent points.
Yeah, I mean, VST, they had quite a few hurdles to cross, right? I mean, there were several opportunities where it looked like things were going to go quite south for them. But, you know, essentially at the end of the day, they were able to overcome those hurdles, those challenges, and rise to the occasion, locking in that winner chicken dinner. Of course, speaking about challenges and hurdles and things going south, right, we are going to be jumping into our final match of the day, which we can see all the way towards the southern edge of Erangel.
Hey, the map is following suit in your little bit of a throw. They're going south. Everything's going south. Even the flight path is south now. But of course, yes, just between the military base island and that main island, we see the flight path moving on in. And again, very southern portion of the zone. Wondering if we're going to have a little bit of crazy Erangel shifting action as we saw in that first map. Maybe even heading up towards Yasnaya Polyana or the other side, you know, maybe going towards Georgia Pool. But if we do end up in the southern portion, I don't think I would be very upset either, because a little bit of military base island is always just that extra bit of chaos.
What we're also seeing is a nice little bit of a change up coming in on that left-hand side of the screen, right? We can see a little bit of that the virtual gaming representation coming through there, alongside with Chronal for those headshots, the knockouts coming in as well. So I'm liking the way that the lobby is definitely shaping and changing things up, right? We know last week there was one particular team that was pretty much dominating those boards. But again, as we jump in, we can see our longest eliminations. Actually, that's quite the range. 368
Yeesh.
meters. I mean, that is an insane distance on PUBG Mobile.
And times 3. I mean, it would be crazy enough just that we had one player making it past that 300-meter mark, but we hit 3. Maybe even more. Who knows? Again, like I said, today, the reach that these teams have been bringing in has been ridiculous. So clearly that was something that they worked on in their, week of rest. But of course, we know that zone heading more towards that northeastern portion. Very, once again, similar to what we saw in our previous Erangel. Basically, I think copy-paste, actually, just perfectly. So, yeah, PUBG just seems to be using the same old tricks today.
Yeah. I mean, that is going to be quite an exciting game to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through. And of course, just to give the viewers a bit of an idea how far 400 meters is, right? You see those tiny little blocks that you saw on the map just then? That each of those little blocks is 100 meters. So 4 of those tiny little blocks, that's how far they shot, right? It's an absolutely insane amount of distance. And of course, speaking about insanity, it's going to be Vibe 7 to kick off the party with a little bit of the action there on towards Phonics coming through from the side of Blackjack. But a quick retaliation coming through from the rest of the team.
Yeah, just just when they thought they were safe, they turn around and Chrono's just there like, no, there has to happen some little bit of revenge. But Blackjack Esports also can't really invest into this like what we find here with one round, making that complete investment into Wiscola at least, whereas the rest of Mad Knights, also, there was no point for rotation at that point in time because you're not gonna recover that team, and you're just running into a full stack, maybe not looted up to the place you want to be. So cut your losses right now, just focus on looting. Hopefully the rest of Mad Knight might make something happen here. But of course, one round now moving into just this opposite end of Malta. So nice bit of a change up just in terms of the positions we see. Even Lag, just a very, very wide split there on towards farm.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit of a wide spread towards that farm position. But, you know, it's actually a surprisingly quiet game. Aside from the 3 eliminations we've already seen, right? Aside from that, things are starting to quiet down a little bit, right? We did see the players there from Mad Knight moving a little bit more towards that eastern side, trying to get themselves away from the pressure being applied by one round. And of course, the Super Young Stars, they're going to be feeling quite comfortable in their kind of usual start place up in towards Lipovka, going about their business, completely and utterly uncontested. But now, once they look to bring that rotation in, it's going to come down to whether or not they're going to be opting towards center zone, or are they going to be trying to bring a little bit more of an edge rotation to try and see where they could maybe look to situate themselves.
Some good questions that the teams need to ask themselves as well. VST, they're up towards Ferry Pier. Very close in contention, of course, with Legends of War, who we know does generally go towards Primorsk and Quarry, and they find themselves obviously very close. Zero Tolerance already had to make that rotation out of that exact area, moving in potentially closer to Hospital as they take that western portion of Erangel for looting. But the rest of the teams, pretty well situated. Again, we have a handful of teams that have to make those rotations. You know, again, not we expect this, but unsurprisingly, it is still Esports and Arab Golden there towards the military base island that have to take a dash across the bridges, and basically VST, Legends of War, and Zero Tolerance. The rest of the teams, well situated, they're comfortable, and even that northern portion of the zone, shooting range, Severny, there's no one there. There's not a single team that has taken place and position.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of dependent on what the flight path brings, right? Because aside from Super Young Stars positioned up in towards Lipovka, I mean, if the flight path enabled them, we could usually see them going a little bit more towards that northern edge, right? So I'm loving the fact that teams are even keeping us guessing, right? Still bringing in those extra few changes. And of course, now Desert Flame, they're going to be rolling on forward. Oh, meeting up with Myth, but oh, look at that! It is going to be DWAS just closing the door on that situation, just rushing in quickly, looking to, you know, just avenge Buden. But they're not out of the woods. We can see the rest of the Myth team also now starting to mobilize themselves, and this could be a little bit of a full-on send coming through.
Oh, opportunities lying in wait for some of these teams, but are they going to be able to take them and actually capitalize? We can see Desert Flame, of course, making a dash in for safety, maybe heading towards Potato Hill. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see how they take that rotation. VST now joining the ranks there on towards the southern western portion of that zone. Again, just up ahead of Legends of War. So that might be a bit of a danger sign later for Legends of War, depending on where VST set themselves up. Seoul Esports and Arab Golden, unsurprisingly, surprisingly contending for the same bridge rotation. And it's actually Seoul Esports that's moved from that eastern portion to the west, obviously because they're worried about just heading straight into the zone, getting bridge camped, etc., etc. But yeah, now, I mean, they have to fight with their neighbors, and they've had such a good neighborly repertoire up until now.
Well, you know,
except for maybe once or twice.
Yeah, maybe once or twice. But of course, I'm loving the kind of anticipation that Seoul Esports is showing here, right? We got Rauf already on the front line, suspecting that there could be someone up ahead, getting themselves positioned, setting up a little bit of a gatekeep, just to figure out what exactly the play is going to be. But the rest of the Arab Golden team, they are not as far north as we see Angelo, right? The rest of the team are instead positioned all the way down to that far southern coastline. But moving in towards center zone, it is going to be Legends Esports as well as Desert Flame. Now looking to get into a little bit of an altercation here. I mean, well, not really, but they're pretty close. So I'm expecting a bit of an altercation to come through momentarily. But I'm definitely expecting that, especially from Leaders Esports.
Absolutely. Leaders Esports has been one of those teams that have been consistently just perfect in terms of picking up eliminations after eliminations, right? They're constantly those teams that we look at, see, all right, so, you know, how's that energy bringing in today? How are they bringing in those fantastic eliminations? Sometimes, yes, the placement points don't really match up with the crazy eliminations, but they've been good so far. And hopefully they're going to continue that moving on forward. I mean, if we take a look at just the way in which they've been playing today, once again, they have some of the craziest eliminations, but they've been placing a good amount of focus on the placements. For once, well, actually, their placement points are more than eliminations by 1 point, so a bit of a change up for them as well so far.
Yeah, it's a healthy balance that is being brought in here, but of course now, you know, speaking about healthy, teams need to keep a healthy amount of pressure going throughout the zone as we are now waiting in anticipation to see where this next zone is going to be moving. Of course, it is going to be a little bit of a trick still to be had on those southern positions, but it's not going to be too far because the zone now taking a little bit of that southern switch as well. So Seoul, Arab Golden, they could opt for that eastern bridge or potentially continue to push across this western side. But VSC now quickly to just try and reposition themselves a little bit more towards that southern end. Zero Tolerance, though, still need to find that more opportune angle to approach this next phase.
In the meanwhile, Seoul Esports have made a dash for the western bridge just up ahead of Arab Golden, so now having to make a dash for the zone, maybe they might opt for that eastern bridge now that most of the teams would have likely moved up into the center zone. Potentially that's what they're thinking. Hopefully it'll work out for them. As we can do see, VST moving a bit more towards that southern portion. Farm for the time being and Milta are open. So as long as they stay that way, Seoul Esports should be fine. But as you can see, a few more teams like Zero Tolerance and of course Arab Golden, they have to find the perfect way into the zone. And in the meanwhile, a center cluster, I mean, I'm taking a look at Super Young Stars, Slime 4KT, and 1 Million Esports just behind each other and might step it up.
Yeah, but it's quite an interesting position being had here by Mad Knight as one round now comes rushing, knocking on the door. Finding that first knock, now going to be looking to breach even further. And it all now turns to the Beast, the final contender, but Super Young Stars also in the mix alongside them. As you can see, the Straits now lighting it up in the feed. But one round, trying to secure the position up in towards shelter. Only one player for them still to find, but it's going to be the Beast now to patch up this whole situation relatively quickly. But fortunately, looking at the kind of situation we have up in shelter, right, there could be a few escape routes for them to try and utilize. Meanwhile, over towards the lovely Potato Hill, it is going to be Leaders and Lag going into a little bit of their own altercation.
Yeah, a little bit of their own altercation indeed. Unfortunately, Lag Esports now, they might have scared off Leaders a little bit too much. They have to reposition, so their opportunity for picking up eliminations might be falling short, but we'll wait and see what Leaders' plans are. Mortez, of course, just flying and sending those nades as much as they possibly can to give the rest of their team space for all those rotations. And Leaders Esports now actually splitting up. I'm curious to see if they might take this pincer almost. You know, we saw those vehicles really, at least thinking about it. But again, the potential for Potato Hill so far is lying in the hands of Lag Esports, who look like they've won it away from Leaders.
Yeah, but it does seem like Leaders are going to be focusing instead to move a little bit further towards the east right now. Up comes Myth, so that is going to be a beautiful distraction for them to warrant that rotation. Meanwhile, Desert Flame, just positioned north of them, could be looking to just capitalize on their very own positionings. Oh, let's see if this one is going to be on the books. And with that, we of course have Mad Knight now putting their farewells. Off they go. Team Myth following suit, hard on their heels. And we are down to our final 14 teams. Still have 54 players alive. And a very spread out lobby. We are seeing a little bit of that, you know, congregations here and there as the teams are trying to get themselves into these more opportune positions. But as we look on towards Leaders, right, they've now abandoned that Potato Hill position. Instead, going to be looking to find a little bit more of a centralized angle.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that focus on that central location, just trying to get yourself into the best possible opportunity for that next phase, it makes sense. It just all makes sense. Arab Gold, in the meanwhile, they have found themselves into the zone. Unfortunately, just behind VST, Seoul Esports as well, because of that Eastern gamble that they took, find themselves pretty much centered zone. So they're going to be very happy with their choices moving into this next phase. And now, obviously, that congregation of teams, the migration of teams from the north, from the west, from the south, moving on into the zone is going to cause a lot of pressure on one round. Super Young Stars and Leaders Esports, Seoul Esports, take your pick. Pretty much all of them are going to have to defend their locations.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little bit of a risky run, though. As you can see, Erangel now trying to push out of Pachinki. As you've mentioned before, VSC alongside them. Both teams heading in the direction of zone. But we are seeing a little bit of a resistance being presented within the zone itself. So, I mean, at least the western edge of zone is relatively open. So it will allow for a lot of these rotations to continue to come through. But Blackjack, zero tolerance, now getting into a bit of an altercation towards the northern edge. It is going to be Lord down for the count. And Paradox now trying to see if they can maybe find a bit of an alternate route. And ideally, we'd like to see zero tolerance maybe trying to follow up with where we see Skydo currently positioned within that zone itself.
That would be the hope, of course, but it's going to come down to these positions and rotations that are going to really open up the opportunities. Chronal, of course, getting those meds up. His Lord is just bleeding out in the open. No opportunity really for Zero Tolerance to move on in, especially with MG just helping out with that confirmation. And Blackjack also having to make their dash into the zone. Coming through from Mansion's side, of course, we've got Zero Tolerance already heading in closer and closer here towards potentially Prison even, alongside 1 million. But Super Young Stars, in the meanwhile, looking at one round, and they've already been back and forth a little bit, right? They've picked up an elimination or a knock here and there, but it hasn't actually transformed into those confirmations. So Super Young Stars, they're dealing the damage. They're just waiting for a little bit more to take away from these teams.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a challenging play, though, to get those translations really happening. But, you know, especially looking at Shelter, that does present quite a bit of a challenge in and of itself. But, of course, the Super Young Stars, they're going to be venturing in there. Instead, they're going to be holding out just on the outskirts. Desert Flame just towards that northern position. But again, right, the team's not full sending it just yet. But we are, however, seeing Seoul Esports and the players here from Legends of War getting into the altercation. Is going to be Omar to get rushed on first. And then could maybe turn on towards Raouf.
Oh, Omar, run for the hills at this point in time, mowing. I mean, it's like yin and yang. Omar is getting rushed by Legends of War. We've got Moing getting rushed by Seoul Esports. Again, so there's a trade for trade opportunity here, but then Seoul Esports need to be a little bit hotter on the trigger. They need to be quicker here, because the longer the time that they take, the more opportunity comes through for that backup, comes through for that opportunity for Legends of War to just take everything away from them.
Yep, and of course now, speaking about taking everything away, right, that zone has also now been taken away from them, but Lashin is not going to stop at that. They will instead now try to pick up Hemo as they try to bring in that very quick rotation. YC and Raouf still here on the front line, not going to be backing off just yet, but let's see where this one will go. Out goes the utilities in both directions. Oh, neither of them finding sufficient damage, but YC actually now falling to the molly. There we go, that's what we want to have. Lashin succeeding with a beautiful pinpoint precision. And now it all turns to Hemo and Raouf to look to see whether or not they can piece this puzzle back into some form of a kind. But again, Legends of War loving the momentum they're starting to build up here.
Absolutely. This is shaping up to be a whole different storyline here for Legends of War. We'll keep track on that as the rest of the teams move on into safety. Of course, Legends of War needs to follow suit sooner or later. But Arab Golden and Lag Esports riding alongside each other, moving into the zone. They might be jumping out for a little bit of action shortly, as you can see in those elimination feeds. And now even Zero Tolerance finding Slime for KT. But here we go. Seoul Esports, Legends of War. Who's going to be coming out of this one?
Oh, let's see where it goes. It is going to be a full send coming now from Legends of War. YC ready with that DBS. Are we going to see some of that beautiful action come through now? Look at the onslaught. Oh, Lashin finds a bit of a spray there. Not sufficient damage, but that was a DBS. YC holding strong. Oh, up comes the team now trying to deliver themselves to the aggression. YC just letting it rip, picking up yet another knock. A little bit of that pre-fire coming through as well. As Mowing now takes a huge chunk of damage. Up comes the send. Oh, wow.
It was so close, but just in those final moments, here comes Hemo though with the cleanup. So YC does go down, but after taking out 3 from Legends of War, I think they will be quite happy with their performance, and at least all esports can still continue to stay alive moving into the rest of this map. In the meanwhile, of course, VST moving on in, they have to find an angle here just behind 1 million esports or triple esports to set themselves up.
Yeah, but that was absolutely amazing coming through there from Seoul. I mean, those shotties just doing absolutely devastating things. Of course, now look at this. It is going to be triple esports welcoming VST on through as they move up in towards the zone. A little bit of that gatekeeping play coming in here. But the final two contenders not going to be backing out of any of these altercations. Meanwhile, Vivo feeling the pressure, trying to reposition. Vibe 7 now getting hit by Lazy Boys. 1 million step up into the fray as well. I'm loving the contention being brought in.
Oh, this is going to be a good one. VST holding the line, of course, setting themselves up. Seoul Esports now having to make a dash out into safety right across VST's lines. So crosshairs could be well placed for this one. Venom going to be picking up vibes, but not the way that they were intending. So maybe not going to get those 5 Uber stars. But looking at this, M7MD up next for the pickup.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if this one is going to go the way that they would have hoped either. But again, right, 1 million. Still in the position here, looking to just play this angle. Of course, a lot of congestion coming in on the southern edge, and there's going to be leaders. Esports now feeling the brunt of the pressure here, as we can see. Up comes VST, sneaking on through. Wasted getting traded. Now, oh, Gary Boy coming in with an absolutely crazy play there. Just narrowly escaping that. Of course, down to our final 10 teams we go, right? 1 million having a good secure position on that southern edge. But the carnage will continue as the teams are yet to rotate on forward.
Oh, leaders now, of course, trying to set themselves up nice and, well, at least hopefully healthy, moving into the rest of the zone. And they're going to need it because this next pathing that they need to try and take to get themselves into safety is going to be tough, especially with Venom just picking up bullet after bullet and just throwing it into the way of leaders esports. Hopefully Wasted could be able to find a little bit of something, give themselves some space here to work with while the rest of their team try and make a dash into the zone. Meanwhile, 1 million in the form of Senke has taken place inside the next zone alongside Zero Tolerance, and anyone else that's in zone is already knocked. So 1 million Zero Tolerance, they're looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, I'm loving the way that the teams are just keeping the pressure up. I mean, Senke now having a little bit of reinforcement come through there from Marshall Chronal. Not going to be as fortunate, but up comes Pronto as well. Looking to move in, and they could also now fall victim, but quite the ranged assault, right? Slime Forgetty going to be down to their final hopeful. And now we look to see where the teams are going to try and rotate in towards next. It is going to be the end, though, for Seoul Esports. And alongside that, it is then also the players coming through from the side. I believe Slime 4KT, they also get sent off. Yes, they did. It's the end of the road. But now, looking at the north, it's very open. Desert Flame moving in from that western side, taking aim at the super young stars. Fighting head after head, up comes Desert. Oh, the players there from Blackjack as well, moving forward, but absolute consistent straight up coming through here from DWAS.
Oh, just looking for that final connection onto MG. The vehicles are going to blow up, but Blackjack Esports, they still live to fight, at least for a couple more seconds as we take a look at the Desert Flame now, at least finding that connection. Escanor just trying to stay alive, looking for that option towards 1 million Esports, while Morteza just beats it on down with that laser accuracy moving on in. We do see a few more teams finding themselves well situated. Of course, leaders, they are sitting pretty in the center zone.
Yeah, it's quite the beautiful position to be holding on to, but 1 million not out of the woods just yet, right? Still trying to push up from that southern side. Morteza now still looking to rain down terror on towards 1 round. Up comes the head, down goes Escanor, and now will they be able to reach in? Chico also getting down. E-Flex, now the final hopeful left for the side there of 1 round. But we are seeing a little bit of a welcome party now starting to build on that edge. 1 million trying to light it up. Let's see, will this work out in their favor? It's going to be 1 million, 1 round. Essentially going toe-to-toe once more. Again, Senke and the rest of the squad having a good position. It's looking a little bit worse for wear over on towards the leaders camp. But let's see, maybe they can piece this whole play back together.
Now we take a look at it 1 round. E-Flex, of course, holding strong out in the smoke, is just waiting for that opportunity. Of course, Senke in the meanwhile is not going to be looking out for Eflex. They have to worry about all of the other teams moving on into their position. Marshall and Lazy Boy, however, holding a beautiful line of sight there towards leaders. Tap, tap, tap away. That knock immediately comes on through, and potentially even the confirmations as Carboy goes down. So 1 million leaders esports, we're going to have to keep an eye out on that to see how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, definitely 1 million doing the business right there, right? Leaders now having quite a bit of a challenging position to try and get themselves all patched up once again. But up comes Eflex for the side of 1 round. They'll be looking to rush on forward, but Senke is already on the welcoming end here. Oh, fortunately this rock doing a few favorable things here, but the time is going to start to run on out as the blue zone is closing up. Beautiful angles though, all the way down on towards the place there from leaders, but it's the end of the road as Eflex gets found out. Marshall hitting those nails on shot. And now Morteza trying to take a bit of a swing here, spots an opportunity. Oh, finds a good amount of damage. Is it going to be enough though? A quick dash coming in, and down to the final 4 teams we go.
Oh, the change-up is going to be here. Zero tolerance now making a dash in for that zone. Of course, they have to go right past leaders esports, so a little bit of damage is going to be applied, but 1 million now focusing leaders is going to give Zero Tolerance the space needed to position themselves into the zone. Of course, keeping a watchful eye on 1 million's position, not wanting to expose themselves just yet. Of course, Angelo from Arab Golden still alive, just trying to keep the Arab Golden name in this one. But now a nade is going to be placed, sending it over all the way to leaders. It's going to be going a little bit wide, so we'll do some damage to Morteza. So, oh, this is unfortunate. It's going to be wasted now to try and hold the line.
Yeah, but a really, really great nade coming through there. Angelo doing a quick little bit of a victory lap, trying to get that vehicle a little bit closer, not finding a good entry point just yet. But they need to be careful because Wasted, Skydo, and the rest of the lobby are all positioned up ahead. And this could be the ending play now for Angelo. Of course, the nade is going to be sent across, looking to create the opening. They find yet another beautiful hit, but with that, they get traded on down. Down to the final 2 teams we go. It is going to be 1 million and Zero Tolerance Skills. Now, looking to kind of close up this match. But 1 million, they have a slight advantage with regards to numbers. It's now down to Skydo and Paradox to show us what they can bring on through.
Oh, but I love this reposition coming through here from Senke. Now a perfect opportunity and a line of sight towards Skydo. So while Skydo is literally being just absolutely fired upon, it's going to give the opportunity for Senke to make that push. This leaves it all down to Paradox. A 1-on-3 to clutch it out for the winner chicken dinner. Is going to be able to do some damage to Senke. But the confirmation will be there for 1 million to pick up their first winner chicken dinner of Phase 3. And what a story it has been for them.
Wow, what a story indeed. 13 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner, putting them on a beautiful 28 points. I mean, so close to dropping a 30 bomb, but I mean, a very great effort nonetheless. You can just see the focus and concentration coming through, right? You can feel it. It's right there. I mean, but what a play that was. Loving the way that, 1 million is rising to the occasion once again and just locking in some really challenging positions. And of course, a beautiful result, right? Winner chicken dinner.
No, it was great to see that coming through from 1 million esports. But of course, we need to take a little bit of a break while we just process what happened. We'll be back right after a short moments.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area. contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with mini banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Noosa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Noosa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, this is our very first day of the last week of league play, and we've been seeing some pretty exciting plays all across the board. And now, before we get into any further proceedings, right, we need to take a look and see what the result of our last match was over on Erangel and where the teams kind of ended up with those point situations. As we know, it was a very, very contentious play and some very exciting performances we had come through as well.
Absolutely. A huge step up for some of these teams, but let's take a look at those match rankings. So, thankfully, someone else did the math. 1 million picking up those 28 points with the 13 eliminations. Once again, a fantastic result from coming through from them in the final match of the day. Arab Golden, once again, great consistency, picking up 18 points, staying in the top 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. They're making a good bout of success here. One round. Also, big shout out to them for picking up those double-digit eliminations. Again, the placement's not reflecting as well as that success, but they really made a fantastic bout of effort in the early stages of Erangel. So, good efforts overall from quite a couple of these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, Seoul Esports also just capitalizing on those 6 eliminations, awarding them 7 points in total. So, I mean, so close to landing at those double-digit points. But, 7 points is still a really good place to be at. Of course, we got the players there from Blackjack situated over in that 8th place, accumulating a grand total of 4 points in total. But as we know, right, the first page looking pretty impressive. The players there from 1 million sitting very, very pretty. But now we need to see who's not sitting as pretty as we now take a look at that second page.
Yeah, of course, some of the teams unfortunately being a little bit more upset than others, taking home some donuts or some bubbles, whatever you want to call those zeros, unfortunately for Myth and Mad Knight. But hey, the rest of the teams, they're picking up points one way or another, some great eliminations from Legends of War and Super Young Stars. So they bolstered themselves on the rankings. Unfortunately, that is all the games for today, but a good show of effort for some of these teams, especially Darkness managing to stay into some good placements. Arab Golden, Myth, Mad Knight. I mean, you pretty much name it. All of these teams had that rising moment really today, showcasing that obviously a lot has changed since we last saw them.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit has changed as we saw quite a few teams rising to the occasion. But as we know, right, we were talking about teams rising to the occasion, and now we need to see what all of that culminates in, right, as we get a look at our overall rankings to see what the performances are, how many points the teams were able to secure in this very first day. And it's going to be none other than Virtual Gaming Squad, sitting right up in pole position, leading with 5 points ahead of 1 million, with a grand total of 69 points. And of course, 25 of those points coming through from the eliminations.
Yeah, no, fantastic work from Virtual Gaming, just stepping up in such a huge fashion. So I hope that this is going to continue, because they are the spring champions, so they need to bring that same sort of energy moving into this one. But of course, 1 million, closing that gap with that last game, sitting on 64 points. Arab Golden, great consistency in 3rd place with 48. VST leaders. Desert Flame Esports making a fantastic showing, currently in 6th place on the overall standings. Hopefully this continues for them alongside Team Myth, because they can definitely do with picking up some points for those overall standings. And as Titan Gaming closes up the first page of overall rankings, so far these teams really put up a very good start into this 3rd week. I just hope that it continues coming back tomorrow and the day after, so that we do see these teams, these new names, making a showing for the top 12 and even the top 16.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few surprises still to come, right? I mean, this is only the first day of this week's proceedings, and of course, let's take a look and see what the second page is like. It's still very contentious, right? Only 8 points separating 9th from 16th, so all of this, of course, is going to change as we move into tomorrow's matches. But again, some really valiant efforts being brought forward.
No, it's been some good efforts coming through from these teams. I mean, Darkness, they're finding themselves just in the top 16 on the overall rankings, moving up, but very close to Seoul Esports. And again, it's not like it's a lot of points to really close that gap. If they want to get up into 9th place, I mean, it's a measly 9 points. But they can, you can do that in a day. Come on, it's you can do that in a game even. So, taking a look at the rest of these teams, of course, Mad Knight, Zero Tolerance, also a great bout of consistency coming through from then, and very close contentious opportunities. Once again, the overall rankings looking very healthy in terms of just the closeness that these teams are finding themselves in, and how competitive it potentially will stay as we move into the rest of the week.
Yeah, so a really healthy spread with regards to the points being acquired by these teams. I mean, a little bit of a different spread to what we had coming through in the last week. I mean, it looks very similar to what we had coming through in week 1. But now as we move on to the second page, it is still quite a bit of a change, right? We are seeing the players here from Super Young Stars now sat all the way in 20th position. In week 1, they were sitting up in 18th. Week 2, we had them change it up a little bit, right? Kicking themselves up in towards that 7th place. This, of course, all after the very first day of those respective weeks. So I'm quite hopeful that we are going to be seeing quite a bit of a change up as we progress into tomorrow's matches.
Yeah. Again, it's a bit of an opportunity for these teams to step up. It doesn't always feel good to be those last 4 teams, whatever the case is, but it's a fresh week. It's only the first day of play, so the teams still have plenty of opportunities to move on back. And I mean, TEAMLAG sitting on 16 points. We know the position right above them is on 19. It's 3 points. It's it's nothing. It's something that can be done within a game. Definitely something that's achievable within a day of play. So coming back tomorrow, these teams have to just keep that momentum, keep that confidence, knowing that, listen, they still have a very good chance moving into the rest of the week. They just need to ride that momentum train.
Yeah, and of course, as we are getting deeper and deeper in the week, that is going to be where it becomes more and more urgent for teams to try and up those performances. But of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers' thoughts are. So be sure to head on over to our socials. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, as well as on TikTok. And let us know what you think of the action that we saw coming through from these teams, but also what your hopes are to see for the rest of the week, especially moving into tomorrow's matches. Be sure to include the hashtag there, PMPL Africa, alongside your predictions and your comments. So we're really looking forward to seeing those. But it is a really jam-packed day. A lot of action, a lot of winner chicken dinners being brought on in. We did see the players there. I believe it was from VSC actually finding 2 winner chicken dinners, or was it virtual gaming? Either which way, we did see one of our teams. Okay, virtual gaming. There we go. Thank you for that one. Locking in those double winner chicken dinners. So a really, really good start coming through. And of course, speaking about a really good start, we also need to give a big thank you to our sponsors as well. So of course, a big thank you going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And then aside from Monster, these lovely phones that you see kind of positioned between myself and Ez, of course, none other than Oppo. So born to win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. Now Ez, day 1, final week. Done and dusted. We know where the teams are, but now we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing forward as we take a quick look at the calendar as well.
Yeah, just to remind ourselves why it is so important that these teams really make an effort, really make a push for those top 16 placements overall, because it's just this week, and then we move into those all-important finals, the finals for PMPL Africa fall season. So the teams have approximately 4 days, 5 games each. Well, 4 days, 4 games each because of the groups and yada yada yada. But a lot of games that they have an opportunity to pick up those points, get themselves up as high as they possibly can, not just for this week, but also on the overall rankings to pick up those last 2 sets of bonus points. So a lot of pressure is going to be riding on these teams. They have had that week of rest, as we can see right in the middle there. So hopefully they've done their due diligence and done the work that they needed to make sure that they are all set and prepped for this next game, for this next week, for this next absolute chaotic bout of the teams trying to get themselves into the top rankings, because I can absolutely bet you that the teams are not done pushing the limits.
Yeah, I mean, after 8 days of rest, right, we are going to be looking to see the evolution of these strategies come through. Already, we've seen quite a bit of that already coming into play today. But as we know, as the teams progress throughout the days, throughout the week, that is where the strategies just start getting honed in even more so. And of course, just to help you with that one, it's 16+1 matches that remain, right? It's the 16 for the days plus that 1 extra match over on towards Livik. And that's the only opportunities that these teams will still have to bring in the necessary changes to those overall rankings. And I mean, as we are getting closer and closer and closer to the end of the season of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. So quite a bit of excitement comes through, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what the teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield tomorrow. You know, tomorrow we're going to be changing up the map order once again, right? Just throwing it slightly to the wind, coming in with a little bit more of a Erangel heavy day, just to see how the teams are going to be coping with all the pressures and the expectations as they move out on towards the battlefields.
I'm going to have to just correct you. It's a Miramar heavy day. So we're moving into
It's
the
a heavy
Miramar
day.
tomorrow.
It's a heavy day tomorrow.
It's an extreme day, one way or another. You know, we go from that balance to that crazy action on Miramar or Erangel, go to balance, go to crazy, go to balance again. And that's basically how the weeks have been moving for these teams. But because of those group shifts, once again, they might not be getting the games or the maps or the opportunities on potentially Sanhok, as we know there's only one Sanhok every single day, to really showcase their best performances. So for some of the teams that have those favorite maps, they're going to have to, well, deal with the consequences, deal with the obstacles, because this is all what PMPL Africa is about, to see how these teams really cope with the challenges and how they can rise above them and really showcase their best efforts.
Yeah, the extra little bit of a cherry on top is going to be once we get up into towards Livik, right? To see if we're going to be having 12 new teams stepping out. I mean, well, we can't really technically have 12 new teams, or, you know, just got to see what the mix is of which 12 teams will be making it over in towards Livik. But again, yes, absolutely jam-packed day. Teams stepping up, bringing in some very, very satisfying and quite surprising performances, right? The teams that we've been hoping to kind of rise to the occasion, doing exactly that. But now the main part is going to come in whether or not they can keep that momentum going, right? Because we've seen these teams come through, first day of the week, step up, bring in some really satisfying performances, but then it starts to become quite more challenging as they progress through the week. So be sure to join us tomorrow as we continue with our second day in this very last week of league play. Until then, stay safe, stay frosty, and we look forward to seeing you all back again.
Save a little something for the next round.